So, how do you solve the immigration issue right now? It's such a complex issue. And the reason why it's complex is because we let it drag this long. And both parties are at fault, let's face it. We were discussing that last week with some of the special guests we had during the live. And the Republicans were also at fault for not being able to make a deal with the Democrats back 20 years ago. And so here we are today, where pretty much the borders are wide open, if you will. And so that's what I wanted to see. If you guys have any ideas on what do you think it would take to solve this complex issue? Clearly, most of us can agree on the basics, which is those that commit crimes ought to be kicked out immediately. But, it's not that simple, right? Let's see here. SKB said, what crisis? The immigration crisis, the migrant crisis that we have going on right now at the border. If you are not aware of it, then I don't know what to tell you, but that's a crisis that we have right now. Let's see. Vato said the USA needs to look at what it's done to Mexico and South America countries, such as. Can you please explain? Oh, do you want to join? By the way, if you want to join, I will accept requests as well. You can ask questions, and I'll ask you questions, and we can discuss. Let's see what your ideas are when it comes to how can we solve this complex issue. I've heard this in the past where some people go and blame the United States for the immigration crisis. And so, there's that entitlement mentality that builds on all of these communities, right? And so then they come here and say, well, I demand this. I deserve to get this because you did that and you did so. So Bato says, look at the policies that affected these countries. Bato, do you want to join? If you want to join, it's a little bit hard to have a conversation via chat. But if you want to join, I will accept. We can have a discussion and you can clarify more for everyone watching. What do you mean exactly? Which policies, if you can be more specific? It's a little bit difficult, as I said, to have a conversation via chat. So if you want to join, I will be taking requests. Just, of course, remember, we need to be respectful to each other. And we can have these conversations. We can have open conversations. He said, yes, I will join later. It's dinner time. No problem. Enjoy your meal. And thank you for joining. Again, I've heard this in the past. I remember one time in college, I can't remember the class exactly, but the immigration topic came about for some reason with this teacher. And she was like, well, this was when Trump was president, right? Yes, he was president. She was like, well, Trump is a disgrace. She was saying that he was a racist, and she said, I want the borders to be open. She said, I want this was a white lady, by the way, just for some context here. I want the borders to be open, she said, and I don't care what anyone says about that. That's how it should be, and I don't care if anyone gets offended. So I got offended because I don't agree with that. Well, I wouldn't say if I got offended. I think that's not exactly right. I just didn't like that statement of her just kind of saying, it should be like this and we shouldn't even talk about it. That bothered me. So then, but I let it slide. I was like, whatever, So then she continued and then she said, like Trump put all those kids in the cages, the children in the cages, right? And then I said, well, you mean, at that point I couldn't hold it anymore. I was like, what do you mean? Like the ones that Obama started? And she flipped out. She lost her mind. I mean, she was like, "Oh, yeah, but Obama did it, but Trump made it worse." And and then it was just this focus on Trump, Trump, Trump. And once again, we just deviate from the topic, right? What is the solution for the immigration situation in America? But typical, right? A typical person that can have a conversation and just be able to ask and answer basic questions. Demula said, build the wall. Demula, that's actually a good idea. The wall is a symbol of we are saying, hey, we are protecting our borders and you are not welcome unless you go through the right process, because, this is a country of immigrants. We can all agree on that, but there has to be a way to follow the process. And so I don't know if you've seen my page, but one of my latest videos shows how these smugglers and cartel individuals that bring those through the border, they are cutting through the existing wall right now. So the wall is a good solution, but it's not the only solution. It's not going to solve the problem. They will continue to find ways to get through it, although I agree that we should have it, okay? Wendy says, America relies on their cheap labor. Illegal immigration is beneficial for big corporations. It depends. I mean, we will have to really dive into those numbers, because although that exists for sure, the cheap labor and all that stuff, at the same time, we will have to put in contrast as to, how many of those pay taxes, how many of those take resources from the taxpayers. So we will have to put all of those numbers into play. Again, guys, please comment down below. How can you solve the immigration crisis in America? If you have any ideas, and if you want to join, please feel free to send a request and we can have a conversation and you can share your ideas with everyone watching here. And you can ask questions as well. And I'll ask you questions as well, so we can have an open discussion as to what do you think would be the solution for the immigration crisis. There were some good ideas when we did the live last week. And so I want to touch base on those again as we continue with this live here. User said, if they don't hire them, they will never come here, but they will always get hired. That's a good point. He's sending the wrong message, right? Patty answered to Wendy, we had over 1 million cross the border and know who and where they are. I guess you meant and don't know who and where they are, because we don't know exactly where they are right now or who they are. And who they are, we mean by background, right? Healthcare background and criminal background. Blunchin said, they always flip out when they're caught in a lie. Yes, sometimes it's difficult to have a conversation with a liberal because they tend to attack you instead of having an open conversation. Pally said, we need more boots on the ground, not to process but to stop. Okay, got it. So Pally's saying that we need more Border Patrol people on the ground or immigration officials on the ground, not to process those entries as is happening right now, but to stop them. And that was one of the things that we spoke about last week, where I said that one of the things that should be done is send the National Guard or send some form of military power to the border, not to harm anyone, but to put a stop to the entries. It's a security risk, no doubt about it, because at the end of the day, we are seeing people from other countries, even from Asia and Africa too, by the way. It's not just South America anymore. So let's get that straight, okay? Blumchin said, amen, like I did. User said, there's been an immigration crisis in America since Christopher Columbus and his boat came over. I disagree with that. We're seeing something totally different right now. Let's see. Tommy said, how come no one talks about who profits from illegal immigration? Well, we can talk about it. We can talk about it for sure. Who profits? Who profits from that? On one side, the cartel. I'm sure they're making a good amount of money on that, and those smugglers. I'm sure they're making a lot of money on that. And on the other side, yeah, you can say that some companies do benefit from cheap labor for sure. Let's not hide the fact that that's happening. So, but that's where the government should come in, right, and put some sort of penalties for those that do that. User said, "Sir, what she said is correct. Upon the immigration issue, over here is big corporations, and Republicans are not going to do a thing about it." But they haven't done a thing about it either or. Either or. Tommy, if you want to join, you are welcome to join the live. Please send a request. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to have a conversation via text, via chat. Anyone that wants to join, I will be taking some requests. So please feel free to do that. D-Block said, "What immigration crisis?" Oh boy. I mean, if you don't know by now, I cannot help you with that. G said immigration crisis worldwide. Yeah, but we're talking about America right now. What's affecting the country right now. Tommy said, punish the people that hire them and rent them apartments. Punish the people that hire them. I agree with that. Rent them apartments? Rent who? Rent for who and who's paying for it? Maggie said, well, this country couldn't function without them. Without who? Maggie, be specific. Be specific. Without immigrants, for sure not. But are you talking about the immigrants that follow the right way to come in and legalize themselves, or those that cross the border? Because that, I don't think so. User said, one day America may have to run to Mexico to get away from something. You never know. Hey, who the heck knows what's going to happen in the future? But we're talking about right now. We cannot just go on that sort of vision that could happen. User said, just don't hire them. Simple. Immigration is not simple. Debbie said, USA homeless, missing, San Francisco immigrants welcome. So I guess you meant to say the homeless in San Francisco are missing. I did see that they cleaned it up. And some people online were asking, what did they do with the homeless people over there? No answer yet. So we don't know what happened with that. Hopefully they are safe somewhere in sheltered. Daddy said millions, Daddy Dave, millions live on the border. They cross to work, then go home. Not all. We cannot generalize everyone. I don't think that's fair. User said again, people are not going to stop coming until you do something about businesses hiring them. That's a good point. But also the benefits, right? There's a lot of benefits out there for people that cross the border. Guys, the topic for tonight is the immigration crisis in America. If you have any ideas on how to solve it, even just one, please share it down below and we can discuss it. Also, if you want to join the conversation, I am taking some invites and we can have an open discussion. And hopefully some good ideas can come out of this because it's very complex. User said, sure, you disagree with that. With what? There's been a lot of ideas being thrown around right now. User said, cartel, they are not making money off of that. You sound just like a damn ignorant Republican. Well, you can call me whatever you want, but a lot of them are doing that and sending people across the border. I mean, you can just watch local news and they have filmed them doing it. And not only just people, by the way, obviously they're just also smuggling drugs and all that stuff because that's how they make their money. That's how they do it. But if you want to be in denial, that's up to you. Tiff said, this is totally out of control. Biden has destroyed this country. And that was and is his goal. For sure, some of these things that we are watching right now, they seem to be by design. Like, if you go to my page, there's videos where I've shared of Border Patrol agents cutting fences. And even when the smugglers / cartels, for the user that didn't like those comments, they cut through the wall and then they just let people in. And Border Patrol can't do anything about it. They can't. They can't let them. They can't stop them. It's like, I remember back, like, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years ago, maybe, where a lot of these individuals would be scared of immigration officials. Now they throw themselves at them because they know they know all the loopholes to be able to seek asylum and whatnot. And so it seems to be by design, the destruction of the rule of law in this country. One Love said, if China came from nothing, why Latin America country? Why can't Latin America country do what China did? That's a good point. That's a good question for anyone that wants to answer it out there. One Love said that China was a poor country and look where they are now. So why can't Latin America do the same? I have one word: corruption. Dave's Kitchen said, how does immigration from southern border affect you? It doesn't affect me. I don't think it will affect most people that have a good income and are stable. And, I don't think that will affect us. But those of us that are stable, right? But it will certainly affect the poor communities in this country, especially those that live in sanctuary cities. And we've seen some examples of that in Chicago and New York, where even in New York, the budget cuts that are happening right now is due to, in part, the migrant crisis that is happening over there right now. Per the mayor, by the way, the Democratic mayor said this. And they spent billions. I believe, was it over 10 billion thus far? I think that's the number. It's in my page. But I reported on it. And so it will not affect perhaps most people that are set financially, but it will affect the poor communities in this country even more. So is that fair? I don't find that fair. Personally, I don't find that fair. Javier said he won't answer that. I just did. I just answered Dave's Kitchen's question. Dave's Kitchen said, do you understand the process of seeking asylum? Do you? Asylum doesn't mean I want a better life, I want a better job, I want a better income. That's not what asylum means. And by the way, there is no law that states that a sanctuary city is supposed to provide shelter and food and apartments for asylum seekers. I was looking it up. There's no, and if you find it, please let me know so I can find the article. But there is no law that says that. Tiff said, who in this group likes Biden? Anyone that likes Biden, please come forward. Tiff wants to meet you. The happy lawyer said most undocumented people come legally and overstay their visas. Yes, those are the stats that the mainstream media loves to point out. However, the difference is that when you come via visa, you are vetted. Your financial status is looked into. Your healthcare background is looked into. Your criminal record is looked into. You're not going to get a visa to the United States if you have a criminal background in your country, and they will verify that. So that's the difference, okay? Whereas you come through the border, there's no vetting. You just walk in. So I feel safer with a visa than without any type of approval of entry. So that number is not impressive to me. Love said the same thing. Again, legal visa is totally different than those that come through the border because you are being vetted. I've sponsored people to come here, and the process has been long and tedious and expensive in most cases. So believe me when I tell you, and if someone has sponsored an immigrant here, please come forward. The process is frustrating at times. And they looked into every single word of every document you send. By the way, it has to be translated, right? Because immigration is the translation. And they look at both. They look at both, and if there's like a wrong sort of statement or something within the document, or they feel that the document didn't come from the right department within the government of the other country where the immigrant is coming from, they will reply and tell you that document is rejected. You need to resend it and send it from the proper department. They don't even tell you what department. They just say, well, indirectly, they tell you which department. They just say, go to this website where you can see all of the approved government entities where you can get these documents from. And then if you reply to immigration, they take freaking weeks, sometimes months to answer. And so it's a long, long process to be able to, to do that. And that's the difference, right? That's the difference between when you're coming through the vetted port of entry versus just crossing the border. All right, guys. Again, you are welcome to tell me, what do you think will solve this immigration crisis in this country? And, if you have any suggestions, Tiff, thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. If you want to join the conversation as well, you are welcome to do so. Just send a request and we'll have a conversation. Lynn said, then what are you going to do with good ideas? Well, we can discuss and we can have, come up with a logical solution for this problem. Are we going to solve it personally? No, but as citizens or those that live here in this country, we should be able to have these conversations, and we shouldn't leave it just to the politicians to do something about it, because clearly they haven't done anything. And it's only getting worse. East Los Angeles said, we were here first with Mexican flags. That's not relevant to what the situation right now. Chile said, we're being invaded everywhere. Thomas said, immigrants are what built America, not Trump. We never said that Trump built America, so I'm not sure where you're coming from with that. I actually said earlier that this country is a country for immigrants, but there's the right way to come in and there's the wrong way to come in. Let's face it, all of us Latinos, right? Self-included. Let's be real. We know that not all Latinos are good people. Not all of us are. That's why our countries, in some areas, they're very dangerous, very scary to live in and to walk by. So do we want those folks over here? I don't personally. So let's be realistic. Okay, let's see. I'm going to try to skip to the comments here. That's a lot of comments. What is it? Raul said we all use loopholes. Everybody uses loopholes. Be specific. I'm going to try to skip here. That's a lot of comments here. East Los Angeles said we are the future. Yeah, immigrants are the future for sure. We tend to be more entrepreneurial, right? We build a lot of businesses and we work hard and we're known for that. But not all of us are like that. And we need to be clear on that. East Los Angeles is being rude in the comment section, so I'm just not going to read his comments anymore. Once again, you can't have a proper conversation with some of these liberals. They lose their minds. They get offended and they want to go cry in mommy's basement. So you can go ahead and do that, but I won't read your comments anymore. All right, so let's see what else we got here. No Fake said, Vega, I was just passing through. I'm back to work. No Fake, would you like to join us, or you said that you're going back to work, or you mean you're back from work? Please specify. You're welcome to join me, by the way. No Fake is he's a good friend here on the Vega Access platform. Tiff says, see you all later. Have a great night, everyone. Good night, Tiff. Thank you again. Thank you so much for your support. Digital said, it's not a crisis. They belong here. To be honest, they are original people. I don't think so. They are not original people. That's the past. We cannot live in the past. We have to live in the present and the future. And you cannot compare those that were here originally back many decades ago to those that are living now. It's not the same mentality. They don't have the same morals either. So that notion for me doesn't work personally. Christina said, you are 100% correct. Yeah, I just like to keep things balanced. I don't like to generalize everyone. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, all of us Latinos, we are original, people from these lands, and this is our land, and, we're all good people, because that's fake. That's not true. Not all of us are good people. Same for the other side. We don't have good people on the other side. Not all are good people on the other side as well. We need to be balanced and logistic about the reality of this world today. There's a lot of bad people out there. There's a lot of killers out there. And that's just a fact. So I like to keep things balanced. Not everybody has a halo over their head. Okay, that's just totally delusional in my opinion. Hard is asking, are you Mexican? No, I am Venezuelan American. User 76 said, you are spot on. Vote for Trump. Thank you. The CRT said, you never hear our politicians talking about the fact that we are addicted to cheap labor. Yeah, you have a good point. Although I think during, was it the 2016 election, immigration was a big focus on it. And there were some points that were brought up about that, I believe, during the debates, but I don't have, let me see if I can find something about that online. Let me see, give me 1 second here. Let's see. Just kind of difficult if you don't have someone specific that you're looking into, Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find an article that talks about politicians. Any politician talking about businesses hiring illegals. Let's see. Let's see, to punish business financially, maybe financially. Guys, if you're joining, the topic for tonight is the immigration crisis in America, and how, if you have any idea on how to solve this problem, please let me know. I'm trying to find any sort of politician speaking about the businesses that hire illegals, and if there's any sort of threats against them for doing that. Okay, let's see. I found this article here. ProPublica, okay? Trump vowed to punish companies that moved jobs overseas in Congress. So that's moving jobs overseas. Let's see. Yeah, that's what, see, Google's not giving me a lot of results on this. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, guys. That was a good point. I'm having a hard time finding an article in regards to a politician criticizing businesses for hiring illegal immigrants. I'm sure there are probably some, but it's hard to find it on Google specifically. It's not that popular or looked into. So you are right on that. I'll give you that. You are right on that. I think if we are able to punish those that do that and take advantage of the illegal immigrants, then we can start some form of domino effect, where it would perhaps slow down, or I don't think fully stop is realistic, but slow down the hiring and the abuse of cheap labor. It's a disgrace, to be honest with you. User 36 said the borders are not secure. They're certainly not secure. Reina's asking what morals are different. The moral of being an upstanding citizen. You know, in Venezuela, from what I've heard, because I don't live there, obviously, but from what I've heard of how bad things got in the last, 20 years. The thieves over there, they would, before, this is stories that would be told before, maybe they rob you, little things like that, like take your cash or your wallet or your phone or whatever. But now they straight up kill you. They just kill you and just walk away. Go on about their life like nothing happened. That's what's happening in Venezuela right now. You have straight up killers that would just kill someone and just go eat lunch like nothing happened. That's a huge difference. That's a huge difference from an upstanding citizen to someone that just doesn't care about humanity, period. And I mean, you can look it up. It's one of the most dangerous places in the world today. I think at some point it was even worse than Iraq. Imagine that. Statistically speaking. I mean, the numbers are out there. Okay. And so you don't want those people to come in here. Trust me, you don't want those to come in here. You want the good ones to come in here. But that's why we had the vetting process. That's why we should use that vetting process. Boss said, you are right. That's a lame excuse. Which excuse? Because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them out there. Christina said, they are good and bad people in every race. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. We cannot generalize everyone. It's just unfair for us to say, all Latinos are hardworking people and are good people. No, not all of them are. Let's be realistic. Daniel's asking, where am I from? I told you I'm Venezuelan American. You can see in some of my videos I've been speaking about this because I know some of those people crossing the border are not good people. You guys should be scared of some of those coming through the border. I'm telling you, some of them, I've seen the videos, I've seen the footage of those, and I go back to the old videos of when we had a lot of news about Venezuela, and there's a lot of parallel there. It's very scary. We have a request here from Joanne. Let's see. Let's welcome Joanne to the panel. Hello. Can you hear me?
Joanne, by the way. Sorry.
Joanne. Joanne. Okay.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. What about you?
Good. So, what would you like to add here?
No, I mean, you point out a good point. No, it is very dangerous on the entry of these immigrants, and I'm not saying that because typically, let's be honest, a lot of people say.
Do you mind if I ask you where you're from, just for context?
I'm born and raised in the United States, but I am of Dominican background. I'm
Dominican background.
Yes. Okay. But I'm going to be honest with you. It's a very big problem, and not many people are understanding this. Everyone has their head wrapped around. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with having your head wrap around the issues, but and when I mean by issues, I'm talking about gas prices and so forth. What we're not focusing on is the border issue. That's the problem, because when all those people come in, they're the ones who are taking our jobs. I mean, we need work in order to live, right? Am I right or am I wrong?
Work, of course, absolutely.
And when immigrants come into our country in big numbers, they're taking away all of our job opportunities. That is not a good thing. No one is agreeing with me. That is not a good thing. But the thing with immigrants coming into our country in the midst of a war is that we've seen with the situation in Israel and Palestine, the type of reaction that immigrants gave us in our very own country. I mean, is anyone?
So what do you say to, let's say, user TX here said, dude, you won't do the job they do. What do you say to people like that?
I won't do the job they do. Like what?
Yeah, I guess he means like hard labor. I guess that's what he means. He wasn't specific, but that's what I'm guessing, because I hear this argument a lot about, oh, you won't do this.
But
You know, you won't get dirty like this.
Well, how do you know that?
That's what I'm saying. How would you react to that question? How would you respond to that
I
comment?
think that question is absurd. I think that question is absurd. I'm not saying that I'm against immigrants. I'm against the fact that they're cutting the line. It raises a huge national security issue. You guys are not understanding that. When you
Please tell the everyone watching here, why is it a huge national security issue in your opinion?
Because we have people coming in. Listen, there's a reason why coming into this country takes at least 10 years, 5 to 10 years. There's a reason for that. Okay,
Since 15, by the way.
15. There you go. There's a reason why it takes forever for the average person to be processed by Homeland Security and the Border Patrol, whatever. They need to clear out these people. They need to know where these people are coming from. They need to know their background, what they've done, their criminal history, whatever. Because some people come to this country without papers. Some of these people come without their passports or identification. Think about that. You're letting people in without knowing their history. How have they behaved in their prior country? Why
We don't know that. Exactly. We don't know how they behave because there's no record. But someone that's gone through the immigration process, immigration checked all the records before even thinking about giving them some form of entry.
And you know what's even more funny is that once immigration processes these people in, they're committing the crimes that they committed in their prior country in our country. And then, Homeland Security has to go running around the entire country looking for these people, sending out wanted posters, whatever.
So Kari's saying, why is it only an issue with Latinos?
Because Latinos. Whoa, hold on. I'm not saying it's an only. It's the issue is only with Latinos, because you have to understand we have Haitians, we have it's Asians coming into this country illegally. It's not just a Latino issue. There's
actually been a lot of reports of Chinese nationals now being seen entering through the border.
Military age. How do
very scary stuff.
And you know what? We should all be scared. I'm scared. We should all be scared, because that situation with Israel and Palestine, that reaction that those immigrants gave us in our country, we should be scared right now. You guys aren't understanding that this is not a good thing at all.
Come by saying scared of what?
So, scared of what?
Yeah,
scared.
That's what one of the comments
people said. May commit. We should be scared.
Yeah,
because we have to.
I can tell you what I can tell you what I'm scared about when it comes to that. I'm scared of another 9/11. That's what I'm scared about.
Right.
Because sure, yeah, perhaps when we're speaking about the Latinos, those from South America that are coming from South America, crossing the border, yes, you have some good people, some bad people. And let's face it, those that are good, but most of them probably are very poor. They don't have a way to come here and buy a house or, rent an apartment. That's unrealistic from what we've seen already. Now, the bad people are just flat out criminals that are just maybe even be running from the law over there, right? That's another thing. But what I'm scared about, that's bad already. But what I'm even more scared about is countries that are not a fan of ours, like Russia, China, obviously some in the Middle East, and they're saying, "Hey, we don't need to do another 9/11 with the planes anymore. We don't need to do that. We can just send people through the border. Let's infiltrate and let's make them, say that they're running from our government, or let's say that they are escaping
political asylum.
Yeah, whatever they want, and let's plan something and let's put them through. I mean, if I had a criminal mind and wanted to hurt America, the door is wide open. That's what I'm scared about. Another 9/11, and we're not going to see it right now. I don't think in a year or two. We're probably going to see it in the next 5-10 years. When you're least expecting it. That's what I'm scared about.
Well, the thing about 9/11 was, we didn't learn. I'm going to be honest with you. Our country did not learn anything after 9/11. The only thing we did was we buffed up our security. That's one thing. That's how Homeland Security was established. George Bush established that. We did not learn anything about 9/11. And it's clear to the Biden administration, and it's clear to left-wing Democrats that 9/11 will happen again. And that history has just been repeating itself. And I won't be surprised when it happens. Only thing is I just don't know when it's going to happen. That's just, we don't know when that's going to happen.
We have Julie here. She's saying, turn off your fear-mongering news. You two are clueless. Julie, what I got to tell you is I hope that nothing bad ever happens in this country that comes from this disaster that's happening. And hopefully you're not around it either, because that would be very sad that some people are not seeing how dangerous this is for all of us that live in this country. Because sure, most of them are coming to the sanctuary cities right now, right? But once, they're getting documentation, by the way, to work. Once they get their documentation, they can go anywhere, any state.
Right.
That's it.
Let me gather some fact for you. What are the chances this may happen? Now, this is possible though. Now, we know that America has a gun problem, correct?
Yes.
We know that gun trafficking is one of our biggest issues, and it's cost the lives of many Americans. Gun violence has caused the lives of many Americans, and that is true. What are the chances that all of these military-aged men come to this country? They get their work. They get their work passes. They begin working. They support themselves, and let's just say conflict arises in a situation between the country and the country that they came from. We're effed, because these people can establish their own militia and fight against our own military at home. That there is a huge possibility of that happening. Okay, that there's a huge possibility of that happening. And now that might sound crazy to a lot of you guys, but I'm pretty sure it's happened in history before.
Well, adding to that, since you mentioned that, it does sound a little bit crazy when you just hear it like that, right?
Right.
But do you know that this was reported recently? Secret, and I'm reading by per the AP News. Secret Chinese police station in New York leads to arrests. 2 men were arrested Monday. This was back on April 17th, earlier this year, on charges that they helped establish a secret police station in New York on behalf of the Chinese government. And about 36 officers with China's National Police Force were charged with using social media to harass dissidents inside the U.S., authorities said on Monday. So it sounds crazy, but we had this recently in New York.
There you go. So these world powers are infiltrating and taking advantage of our country. And this administration is sitting back and allowing it to happen. This administration, we're sold to these world powers. We're already sold. Once Joe Biden got elected, we were sold. As a whole country, we were sold. And we knew it. With the financial situation between Hunter and China and Joe Biden, I was, from that point on, I knew that this whole country was sold. And
you're saying that this is happening by design? I was speaking about that earlier. You think it's by design, like on purpose?
Mm-hmm. I think, I really do think so. This is all a part of their agenda. This has been going on for the longest of time. This conflict between the U.S., China, and Russia, and it still baffles me how there's a lot of left wing backers who aren't opening their eyes to this whole situation. They're not realizing how much damage Joe Biden has done to this country.
You know, one of the things that I've seen is that those that we see some of them in the comment section saying, oh, you know, the biggest problem we have is the visa overstays. They come here to work. They're going to do jobs that you don't do. There's no crisis. A lot of them are brainwashed by the mainstream media because those are the same talking points that mainstream media channels use all the time.
Exactly.
All the time. And it's like Jorge Ramos, right, from Univision. He said, you know, the stats have shown us that those illegals that are here, most of them are good people, according to his stats. And only a few of them commit crimes when you compare it to Americans that live here. And for him, that supposedly for him, that makes him feel safe, and that encourages him to allow more people or promote of more people coming through the border illegally. The problem with that is that, like any other country, we're not perfect. And we're going to have criminals and we're going to have killers. But that's what we have already. Why would you bring any extra number, even if it's just one?
You're gonna be surprised by this, but I know an illegal immigrant. I know one. And I know his criminal history. When he came into this country without his papers, we know him. I know him. When he came to this country without his papers or without anything, they did not check his criminal history. And his criminal history did not follow him into this country, which is insane because your criminal history, when you come and you travel to the United States, your criminal history follows you. You're not going to run away from the law in this country. This country will hunt you down until the public is informed that you are a criminal. And that's how it has been for the longest time. But now we're seeing that these people are coming in with clean records and starting all over again. Do you guys think that's okay?
That actually goes hand in hand with what Christina just commented right now. She said, in regards to the liberals commenting, she said, would you open border people leave your doors unlocked at night? Question mark. And I'll add to that question. Would you open borders people? Would you get any of those immigrants coming through the border at random and bring them to your home?
Well, let me tell you something. The same people who are promoting this crap, they're not open to living next door to these people. As soon as a Hispanic couple moves right next door to a left-wing Democrat family, I bet you $1 million you're already planning to move away from them. I bet you $1 million these people are already planning to move away from them. Because to be honest, I mean, Hispanics are known for being loud, big on music. I'm Dominican. We're big on music. We love to turn that volume up. We like to dance to our bachata, right? I mean, that's the truth. I mean, that's how Dominicans are. But as soon as these people live right next door to that white Democrat family, you know that family is going to be running away. They're going to be like, well, I can see the problem now. I can see the problem with all these immigrants.
It's funny, it's funny you say that because I've already seen that. I've already seen that. Like I know some Democrats that are on Facebook and Twitter. Oh, Trump, this he's a racist. I hate him, and the Republicans. There. And then, because we're mutual friends and whatnot, some issue happened with a minority, and then they're saying, "Oh, I hope that person goes back to their." I don't want to say their racist comments, right? And I'm like, wait a minute. How does that? You're being racist right now, but you said that you were anti-racism.
Right.
This is the hypocrisy that I see almost on a daily basis. It's mind-boggling.
It's when they experience is the moment they realize, okay, we need to rewind back and we need to fix the situation. Why do you think when they voted for Joe Biden that they were like, nope, why is majority of Americans fighting and pushing for Donald Trump? Why is Black Lives Matter now backing Donald Trump? Why are all of these left-wing supporters now switching up? Let me tell you something. My friends who criticized me and attacked me for supporting Trump during the 2020 election come back to me and they were like, you know what? You're right. They don't attack me. They support me. They comment on my post or write about this. I like your political position. I agree with your opinions.
That's crazy. But what did they tell you then? Do you remember?
They told me then that you're wrong, that you're a racist, that you're a bigot, that you're disgusting, that you don't know what you're talking about, that you're brainwashed, that you're delusional.
And what about now that they're paying a bunch of money in gas? What about now?
Now I see them donating to that political party. I see them now backing them publicly, posting Donald Trump all over their stories. And I'm young. I'm 20. I'm almost 21. These are young Americans. This is why young people shouldn't vote. I'm being honest with you. This is why young people shouldn't vote, because young people they don't understand they don't understand until they experience it. Okay, my family, the older generation, they have a better understanding, which is why majority of adults from the 80s and the 70s are conservative, because they know that conservatives are going to keep this country together and that Democrats are only looking to divide the country to win more elections. The Democrats are only looking to win elections. That's really their agenda.
That's it. They just go to the minorities, get the vote, and kiss you goodbye. See you in 4 years.
What happened with Obama? I mean, let's talk about Obama. Black people thought that when Obama became president, they're like, okay, black people, he's going to fix the divide in this country. It made it worse.
Hold on. Before you get into Obama, hold on one second, because Chu was saying that gas prices are cheap and that they're actually down. Let me just let you know that in June 2020, gas was at $2 and 17 cents, and now June of this year they were as much as $3.70. Okay, so you can claim that for you that may be cheaper and whatnot, but most people are complaining about it because they cannot afford it, and it's affecting them on a day-to-day basis. So it could be down from its peak, but it's still expensive for most Americans. But go ahead, on Obama, continue.
So Tess was just saying, actually, conservatives have done nothing for America. Let me answer that. So what has now that I just brought up Obama, let's talk about the Affordable Care Act. Now, the Affordable Care Act was something that that Obama came up with, supposedly. Actually, that's not true. Obama went to Massachusetts and saw Mitt Romney's version of the Affordable Care Act. Difference is that Obama grabbed that and applied it to the entire country. Whose idea was it? Obama didn't give the credit to Mitt Romney when that happened. Obama didn't give a damn. And in the elections, Obama grabbed that Affordable Care Act and used it against Mitt Romney. So you're saying conservatives have done nothing for this country? if you had given us a chance to, I think we would be in a different place. Obama, in my opinion, he was not a good president, nor was he a bad president. The only thing about Obama was he was not effective. He didn't get the job done.
So what you're saying is that he was more like all hype but no action kind of thing.
Exactly. He was not an effective president. He was really there for the image. I mean, first black president, just like Kamala Harris, first vice president, but wasn't effective. I mean, that's what we're seeing right now. That's what we're seeing right now. And let me tell you something. When I was young, I was a Democrat. When I was growing up in school, I was a Democrat. Till I found out about Mitt Romney and those Republicans. I understand that in the past, I can see why a lot of people don't agree with having a conservative president.
But why? You said you were a Democrat before.
Right.
So how did that come about? Like, when did you say I'm a Democrat? Like,
you know why?
Why? Why did that happen so like automatically for you?
Here's the thing about that. That's a good question. When I was in school, I went to a school in Bethesda, Maryland, and Montgomery County. And when I was a young boy, I mean, I entered into the school system. What you don't know is that in that school system, they push you into being more left than right. There's not many people realize this, but
Indoctrination?
Exactly, indoctrination. I experienced indoctrination when I entered elementary school, and it didn't hit me until I entered middle school, because that's when I began to develop and to realize that, hey, you know what? This entire time I was in school, all my teachers have been feeding us this crap, and I came from a conservative household. My mother, my grandmother, my grandpa are all conservatives, and they used to question me, why do you think this way? This is bizarre. We never taught you this. And in middle school, I was like, no, this is not me, because whenever I felt a certain way, I was attacked for it. So then that's when I was realizing, okay, there's this little brainwashing going on, but I didn't know it was brainwashing until I started watching the news a little bit more. I mean, I was watching Fox News, but when Tucker Carlson came into the scene, which was 2016, he was opening.
So you were saying that when you were in school, you were indoctrinated to lean Democrat?
Yes.
And eventually, by sort of doing your own research, then you started seeing another side of the picture.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what, during the process of when you were growing up and stuff like that, when do you specifically felt like, okay, I'm being indoctrinated here? Like, is there any specific material that you were shown or anything that you were told that made you lean Democratic?
Definitely. I mean, there's always this conversation about Mitt Romney. I mean, you're never supposed to discuss politics in school, which I found odd. There was always this amazing discussion about Barack Obama, which I understand he's our president. But I mean, there was always these political conversations going on in front of us. And I remember in my English class, I mean, I don't remember if it was an English class, but it was an English subject that we were learning. And my teacher was going off on how stupid the Republicans were, how much, trouble they've caused us. And I remember she was talking about the Congress at the time, which was, I believe, majority Republicans. And while I was listening to her, I was then starting to realize, okay, like, because I'm a young kid. I was a young kid in that moment, and when you're a young person, you're beginning to gather the facts. You're becoming aware of the situation in the country, but you're not too involved into it because you're a little kid in elementary school. So I picked up on that until middle school, and in middle school, that's when Donald Trump announced his campaign to become president, and he started speaking on his views and the types of things he wanted. In this country, for example, the border issue. The no, I was in eighth grade going into ninth. I can't remember, but that's when I began to get involved in politics.
So it caught your attention, immigration, economics, and mainly the stuff he was talking about was how the United States was crumbling and pretty much being taken advantage of by other nations and whatnot. And so, but when during that moment, is that when you became a Trump supporter as soon as he came out, or it took you a little while to turn around?
Oh yeah, that was in that because I remember watching him going down that Escalade. Yeah,
So it was like from the first moment.
in that moment, I was like, this is the type of person who I want to run my country, because I mean, the United States has been on its P behavior.
Yeah.
I was sick and tired of us being pushed around in the media, and
Yeah.
and just there was no our foreign policy was crap. I mean, I didn't like it at all, and I knew about our foreign policy and our positions. I knew about the past presidents because when I was going into middle school, I had already learned about all of our U.S. presidents. I learned about JFK, Eisenhower, Nixon, Johnson. Learned about Gerald Ford. I learned about George Bush, his father, Reagan. I learned about all of them. And by the time I was going into
So was this like your first time voting, 2016?
my first time voting, I believe was
For a president?
no, because I was still young. But
Got it.
I had my family voting for that president. I had
Got it.
my family because we.
So wait, your family liked Trump from the beginning too?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Oh, that's impressive.
oh
Okay.
yeah, we all like Donald Trump because he was fighting for this country, and
Yeah.
he still has been fighting for our country.
Yeah, just because, in that first moment, that speech when he announced he was going to run, I mean, the media trashed him everywhere.
Oh yeah,
And so I figured that most Latinos were like, oh no, Trump is a racist. We don't want him. Specifically when he spoke about immigration. So I find it very interesting that you mentioned that you and your family were for it from the get-go.
of Rafael Trujillo, which
Yeah.
he's known for the massacre of Haitians. So
Yeah. So when this happened, and well, that's good that your family were on board, but you mentioned your friends were not on board, correct? From the beginning.
my friends were on board. My friends, because
Oh, they were. I
Yeah.
thought you said that some of them insulted you and stuff like that.
now that didn't happen until the 2020 election.
2020. Okay, makes sense.
Because because when we were in middle school, everyone was down. I mean, we were all kids. We were all down for that guy. I mean, we didn't really care about what was going on in the media. We just knew that this was a guy who was getting a lot of hype and that he had great solutions to our problems. And we were like, this is the type of president that we need. And it wasn't until the upcoming to the 2020 election where some kind of political shift occurred in the country where people were starting to become against Donald Trump. Now, I found it bizarre that the man who did so much for us in just 4 years is now getting hate for it. And then after that election, we're all like, damn, he was right. I mean, he did so much good for us. And I understand the state of the country, especially during COVID, how that can seem like. I can see I can see why people would think, okay, Donald Trump is a terrible president in that very moment. But you have to understand, this guy can't control a fucking virus. Forgive me for my language. He can't control the virus. He can't control who dies and who doesn't. Okay, what he can control is closing the borders. Yeah, and that's exactly what he did. He closed the borders from China. He closed the borders from countries all over the world, and he got hit for it and was accused of xenophobia and so forth.
Yeah, definitely the media were after him, and they've been after him since he announced he was going to run for president. But Chu is asking specifically, how would you solve immigration? Do you have any ideas or what you would want Trump to do once he gets back into office when it comes to the problem that we have right now with immigration? What would you like him to see do?
So I mean, I would, which I'm sure he will. I hope he. I don't know how he's gonna do this, but he needs to return all of these immigrants back to their host countries. I mean, because come on, you've cut the line. You've cut the line to get into this country. There are still people. There's still people in this world who are waiting to get into the United States and who are waiting to come here legally. And all these people who just came in messed up that entire process. So I hope he can somehow return all of these people back to their host countries. I don't know how, but I hope so.
I would like to add that that is actually correct. I have family members that I've sponsored. Some are in, some are still out waiting, and we haven't heard a thing. Waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And it's a shame because there's a lot of migrants coming in through the border right now, and they're entering like no one's business. And meanwhile, people like my family are out there, out of the US, waiting to come in the right way. And they wish to be here today, right now. But nowhere in immigration. When we call them, we reach out to them, all they say is, you got to wait. That's the response. We don't have any updates. You have to wait. And that's where, to add to your point, it's not fair. There's a lot of immigrants out there that are waiting to come in the right way. And immigration right now is flooded with all of these issues. And the system is backed up. I also have other people that have sponsored here in the country that are adjusting their status, and they're moving through their application process. And something that would take 6 months to a year back 4 or 5 years ago now is taking twice as much because immigration is taking longer. And you may say that it's due to the crisis because it's too much for them to handle on both ends. Those coming in the right way, those coming in the wrong way. It's just a disaster. So I just wanted to add to that point. Now, but you asked specifically, what would you do? So you said you would like Trump to just send them back.
Yes, correct. That would be very helpful.
So Chu, that answers your question. He wants Trump to send them back. In my opinion, I think that is something that would work in a perfect world. But let's face it, it's a very complex issue because they found the loophole, which is asylum. And so you cannot just send them back like that, right? Especially those that have court cases. Some of them already have court cases. And I've heard of some with dates as far out as 2 years, 3 years. And so legally, they have a chance to plead their case. And if Trump was to remove all of them or attempt to, that would create a legal war, and a lot of lawyers would be drooling for that because there would be a lot of money involved in that. So that's the problem, is when you let them in and you give them some form of legal status or some form of possible legal status opportunity, then it opens that door to where they cannot really be touched. What Trump can do, however, realistically would be to close the border. That, yes, to stop more people from coming in. But those that are already in, it would be really hard to get them out. Although it would probably be easier to to send back those that have committed a crime. That would be probably easier because, I don't think, that would be like a slap in the face if the Democrats were to also fight for those too, for the criminals that are just hurting the communities that here in the U.S.
We have to understand that these people are obtaining citizenship easily, and they are now able to vote in our elections. Are you guys going to sit here and tell me that that's not rigged? That's rigged. That's rigging an election by allowing immigrants to obtain citizenship right around the corner of elections. That's going to give Joe Biden his second chance to presidency.
So, I just want to add, like, specifically, there is no law right now where, let's say, someone that crosses the border gets the citizenship right away. That's a long process right now. What they're getting is asylum. And what they do is they get the work permit and the asylum court date to plead their case. Some of them get it in a few months. Some of them get it in a week. Some of them getting in years from now. So technically, they cannot vote or are not supposed to vote. However, there were some laws that were passed in New York for non-citizens to vote, and that's actually a fact. You can Google it. Okay, you can Google it, where residents or anyone that has some form of legal status can vote in local elections for like mayors and stuff like that. And that actually, there was a lawsuit on that. And as far as I'm concerned, from the last time I read it, it was rejected by a judge, but it's in the appeal process because the Democrats appealed it. So just for context, however, as the guest here mentioned, that it is an idea that the Democrats have actually implemented. They have pushed for that, and the fact that they have pushed for non-citizens to vote in local elections, to me, tells me that the main goal is for the federal election to have the same sort of path, which is a true shame because then at that point, like you said, how are they going to lose? They're never going to lose. I would like to welcome Court to the panel here real quick, guys. Court, thank you for joining. If you can please share your background and what you would like to add to the chat here.
So I work for a nonprofit in Mass. We work with homelessness and affordable housing. And we were debriefed. We live in county in Mass, and we were debriefed probably 4 or 5 months ago now. A bunch of different agencies got together and we had some meetings about Massachusetts, Boston, sending migrant families to our county and how we were going to deal with the situation, basically. So we had been talking about it for a couple of months, and then we had gotten an email at like 11 o'clock at night that 30 families were just dropped off. It was like midnight.
At midnight?
Yes.
Do you guys open at midnight?
Email, they were dropped off at a local hotel. And I'm talking, we have maybe a couple thousand people in our town. And just like everywhere else in the nation, we've had lack of housing. So they were dropped off 2 buses. And Massachusetts has the right to shelter law, and it's supposed to be for residents and for families. However, a lot of the migrants that were sent here were not families, they were individuals as well. So what the state had done was did contracts with 2 different hotels in our town. There's maybe 5 hotels in our town. And the manager of one of the hotels I work with often at work, and he was told by officials in the state that he had to kick out the people that he already had reserved there. There was 3 families that he said had lived there, like, they had stayed there long term. That was their housing. He had no choice but to tell them they had to leave, and that he had to give them their money back if they paid, for usually he would do like for the week. So this entire hotel was completely it was reserved. The rooms were reserved till June. Now, my biggest thing is that I had found out from somebody at the local pantry, because the state had also told local agencies, nonprofits, they wanted us to use our resources before dipping into the state resources. So they had gone, a few of the local nonprofits that work with immigrants had gone to the food pantry and took half of the food because they had no plan on to what they were going to do about food. All they know is that these rooms were reserved until June of 2024. We had found out that there was 3 hotel rooms that were not, they were empty, reserved till June. So I work a lot with homeless families and individuals that call my place of work looking for shelter. We don't have a shelter, but I had that day a 19-year-old pregnant woman, and I spent 3 hours on the phone with Maura Healy's office, and I had 3 different people tell me that I could not put this person, a 19-year-old pregnant woman, into one of those rooms because they are reserved for the migrants. That's my whole thing, is that I've been in this field for 7 years and there are no resources for
So what you're saying is that the migrant in that particular case took priority?
Yes, 100%. I spent,
because a lot of people in the comment section are saying there's no crisis. So I'm glad that you joined.
No,
a lot, some, well, not a lot. Let's be fair. Some of those people are saying there's no crisis at all, and that it's fake news and that it's misinformation. So I'm glad that you are here and sharing this.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way that there's no reason why a pregnant woman in my town couldn't be put up in that hotel for 3-4 nights, whatever. But they were reserved in case they wanted to send more migrant families here. And Massachusetts has a right to shelter law for families and residents. I have had families apply. It's called the EA application to get into shelter. I have had them apply. They have to prove residency in Massachusetts. When I spoke to Maura Healy's office, I said, do these people have to apply for the EA just like everyone else in Massachusetts? And I kept being told yes. How is it possible that I have personally spoken to these migrants and almost half of them were from Orlando, Florida? So you're telling me that they applied for the EA and then they got sent to Boston and then sent here and they got right to shelter law just like a family that was residing here. It's total bullshit.
So in essence, that's breaking the law.
I mean, I've been lied to over and over and over again by Maura Healy's office because I was trying to get, we used to get state funding in my organization for emergency hotel stays from November until April for like the winter months. And we were told early on, I'm talking like probably in the spring, that we were not getting that funding this year, which was fine. But my whole thing is that you're putting up migrants here, but then citizen families who are trying to apply for EA and get into shelter are told they can't.
What are the requirements for the EA for a family? Like what are the
So they
what are
have
the
to do-
requirements?
So you have to be you have to be a family, which is another reason why I don't understand why they're also putting up individuals in these hotels and not just families. You have to have a family. You have to provide, birth certificates, proof of residency, IDs. You need Corey checks, and they can deny you for like anything on your. I've had clients who've gotten denied because they had a DUI 5 years ago.
So you have to. Do you have to be an American citizen?
You have to be a Massachusetts resident, yes.
Okay, a resident at least.
A
So
resident,
these
correct.
folks are not residents clearly. So
No,
how did they get
because
accepted?
They came from Florida. That's what I was asking. And Maura Healy's office, I spoke to 3 different people in the span of almost 5 hours. And they all told me, swore up and down, that these people are applying just like everyone else.
That is shocking. Who is approving this, by the way? If there's a law and a certain guideline, if you will, who's approving it?
So the EA goes through like the state. So essentially, they work in conjunction with HUD. Which is
Wow.
Yeah.
That is, and that's happening across in different areas of this country. Someone wants to reply here to you real quick. I have joining us Malicious. Mel, welcome, please. If you can go ahead and share your statement or reply to court.
Yes, good evening. No, I'm just kind of on what she stated a little bit. Who I work for, I'm not going to say the exact place because I'll get in trouble. It is with the government and Massachusetts, unfortunately, where she's saying she's partially wrong. A lot of the immigrants that are coming, I'm not saying all of them. Some of them do want to get a work visa. Some of them do want to work. Perfect. But there's 80-90% that don't. And for people who say they're not getting help, they need a social. If you were on my end, you would deal with this daily. They do get a social. It's a very rare looking number, 0001 stuff like that. They do get food stamps. Depending what state you're from, they're called different. They do get check from the government. They get all sorts of assistance because I have to deal with this daily. Mind you, a lot of them, they're very disrespectful. They don't call and ask, hey, what's going on? No, they call because I speak Spanish. I'm a certified translator for the government as well. And they call demanding, hey, where the hell is my card? You all are supposed to send me, where are my benefits? Where are my food stamps? And it's like,
Totally entitled.
Exactly. In Spanish, they curse at us and all that we owe them. And the majority are Venezolanos. Okay. There's a few from but I'm Hispanic. I also have native bloodline. I am very supportive of everybody, my family, military background, my son, my brothers, But what irks me the wrong way is that people are saying immigrants do this and that. Yes, they do a lot for this country. Those who come here legally, even if you don't come here, hey, my nephew is in the Border Patrol. I have a lot of friends in Border Patrol. All you have to do is sign up. Why are they refusing? Venezuela and a few other countries, they're getting corrected. Gang members are being put away. Why are they fleeing? And why are they refusing to put their fingerprint? Why are they refusing to register? What are they hiding? Now, I live by the border, okay? I have family in Michigan. Michigan is being torn apart by a lot of gang members from Venezuela and other countries. New York has them right now. If you don't believe me, look it up. They are picketing. They are saying, no vamos a trabajar. We came here to be supported. Why don't they have the power and the balls to do that in the country? Right now, if you look it up, this is not a lie. Like I said, who I work for, they don't want to work. They're being kicked out. They are literally hurting these hotel people, New York, and all these places where they were sent to because they refused to leave. They say that they're better than living in a camp, mind you. But our veterans can be homeless. Our veterans and our homeless other people that are losing benefits, which, you know, I pay taxes, I always have. They're putting them to the side. Like she said, my sister's a nurse practitioner. They're second in medical care to anybody else right now.
Yep.
Okay. So that's sad to me. I'm human. But the thing is, I'm not going to go to another country and demand, you need to give me a 5-star hotel room. You need to provide a house for me and my 15 family members. You need to feed me good food every day.
Yeah,
How is
and that's happening because they were giving that message, and
Exactly.
those that were treated like that originally spread the word. Hey, that's happening. Come over here. Bring uncle. Bring cousin. Bring boyfriend. Bring So that's the problem. But I just have a couple of questions for you. So, one, for those benefits that you mentioned, they're getting right, all the stuff that you mentioned. If a poor American wanted to apply, what are the requirements for a typical American? And the second question would be, you said the court was partially wrong. How was she partially wrong?
With the part of that Massachusetts, because she mainly mentioned Massachusetts, I have had many cases, many from Massachusetts. They are actually giving them state benefits. They're getting what a lot of us call food stamps. A lot of us get like housing checks and stuff. Not myself, but a lot of, Americans. I understand if you're disabled, if you're elderly, if you have your 2 legs, whatnot, hey, work just like we do. Okay. They are getting benefits. And
I wasn't saying
No.
they weren't getting benefits. I just mean like when they were first dropped off, because they were dropped off at like midnight. There was no plan for food or anything. Like up until because they all had to get processed. Like once the National Guard came in to manage it.
Got it. Copy on that. Yeah. So then, can you please answer the question, Militia? So, a typical poor American, how can they get those benefits? What's the application process like? What are the minimum requirements?
Is a family of at least, for example, 4. If you make more than $3,800 a month, you should qualify. But lately, a lot of them have been rejected. I mean, $3,800, how can somebody even live off that? If basic rent is $1,200 or more for a 1 to 2 bedroom. I mean, it's ridiculous how we don't understand how they're not qualifying for even the limited amount of benefits.
Right.
And
So what is the minimum monthly again?
No proof of
You
anything,
cut off
get
there
it all.
before that. What's the minimum monthly?
At least
It depends on the state.
some is $3,800. It all just depends on the state.
Yeah.
Yes, the state. Every state has their own like percentage or for family member. And the thing is, for us, we have to provide proof of everything, social,
Exactly.
birth, everything.
Yep.
And
Yep.
people that are coming in say,
They don't.
hey, it's me, my husband, my aunt, my uncle,
Yep.
it's 20 of us. How much food stamps am I going to get? But where's the proof that you have all those people with
That's
you?
just it. They're
So
not
if
asked
an-
proof for anything.
So if an American, let's say I go in, I'm a poor American, I go to your office, I say, hey, I need help. And you say, okay, you need your social, you need your birth certificate as well? Okay, what if I tell
correct.
you I don't have it? I lost it. I don't
You
have
better
it.
get it.
For us, it's easy. For us, they're going to say, that's okay. You lost it. Go to your vital statistics. Go here where they'll give you a copy.
But if
But
I say,
people
hey, I can't, I can't go, I can't pay the fee to get it, I just need help now.
You're SOL.
Yeah.
Because they're going to make you.
So I'm
They're
rejected. I have the documentation, but I'm rejected.
automatic. And so either,
Well, I have the
You either
documentation
duly
logistically, but I don't have it physically.
because you're an American citizen. Correct. So for us,
so-
it's like your SOL. You have to get it one way or another.
And so a migrant comes in, and then they tell you, okay, we want the help, we need the help. You waive those requirements for them, the documentation requirements, you waive them?
I myself don't, but the agencies do because I'm in the area where I look at everything, see what was turned in what, and I always question what kind of social is this? Date of birth don't even match you. I get people who I speak to that sound like, yeah, they're halfway in the grave, but they born in 1995. Okay? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. So I can't deny them. I can't say anything because they were already approved by someone higher. So if I have an old lady, I was born January 1st, 1995, and I'm like, 1995, and they're like, sí, mija. And I'm like, oh,
Have you ever had like your higher ups tell you to do things differently than you normally would have done with migrants?
Yes, I have. Yes. And like I said, I'm human. I care for all humans. I just care because I've worked since I was 7 years old, okay? In the field, I've done everything. I've not gotten any assistance because that's how I was raised. Trabaja duro para lo que quiera. I've always worked hard. I don't mind, you know? But the thing is, you need to be fair all around because our country, the way I see it, and like I said, I have military family members, friends, our country is dying from within. They're bringing in people who are trying to turn this country into a third world country like theirs. They're going to drain us, leave us, and what about us? What's going to happen? I live, like I said, by the border. I see plagues of men that are young, strong, army-aged, coming through with children that are half knocked out, children scared, crying. The news does not show everything we see down here.
No, the
Doesn't
news show
show
the
the
mother with
children.
children. That's what they show.
Yeah.
That's
And
all they
trust
show
me,
every single time.
And that one woman that they may show ends up being part of cartel or child trafficking. Trust me, if you were to look back at some of these women that they'll show, they're not good people.
So,
Okay, and
so in essence, they're breaking the law, correct? This is breaking the law.
Correct.
Because
Oh,
as an
100%.
American, if I don't have the documentation, you will reject me. You will deny me.
yeah, correct.
So what, I guess my next question would be, if a person comes to your office, how would you know if it's a migrant or not? What if it's like a Spanish speaking person and they just say I'm a migrant? How can you tell the difference?
And that's exactly what I always question. How do you not know? Or this person knows a little too much, or they, how do you know they really did travel from another country and they're not giving fake information to get help?
And
We don't
how
know.
and how do you there's no documentation whatsoever, usually no name, and so you just believe them, just what they say?
That's what they do.
That's-
Because there a lot of excuses are en la balsa. My paperwork got wet. I lost it. It was stolen. It got burned. I had to sell it for food in Mexico. There's so many stories.
That's
and it's
wild.
It's insane.
That's
And-
wild.
Like, I'm from Texas, and a lot of people hate our governor, and they say, "Oh, he's doing human trafficking." Oh, no. Okay, if everybody else put themselves in our shoes and saw how flooded we were with immigrants robbing, stealing, beating people up. Texas is a stand your law ground. Okay, people don't want to go around shooting people because you're breaking in. The thing is, he was one of the ones that was, hey, this immigration is getting out of control. We need some kind of documentation. We need for them to get fingerprinted. Who are we letting in? Everybody started getting against our governor. Once he saw the little break and said, hey, you wanted them in this country. Okay, let's ship them out to see what you all are going to see. What we are, a bunch of criminals.
Just for context, because for everyone watching, I know you cannot say specifically where you work, but can you name what's the general name of the department or the service you provide, just for context?
I can say it's assisting or providing government agencies like housing, monetary part, housing.
Got it. So it's a housing department, it's specifically.
No, not just that. No. My department handles agency, how should I say? I used to work in a different one with the diseases, infectious diseases, but I couldn't handle it anymore after 2 years and then COVID. They moved me, and now I handle the monetary, like any government agencies. Housing, I look at that. Welfare checks, I look at that. All of this I handle and look at the calculations and see, okay, we're sending this out, verify this card, this money belongs to this person. In other words,
So
monetary.
basically
part.
benefits for the poor Americans, correct? Poor citizens.
Yeah.
Is that the same for you, Court?
No, so I work for a nonprofit. We have like a transitional housing program. We're very, very small. There's 8 of us and staff. We build affordable housing, and so we have transitional housing programs. So I do help those clients, with applications for food stamps, healthcare, all that kind of stuff.
Copy. Okay. So nonprofit, but still benefit related, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I just have Lucia real quick here joining the platform. Can you please go ahead, state your question, your statement for the guests that we have here in the chat?
How's it going, everybody? My name is Lucci, and well, that's not my actual name; that's my nickname. But I agree with the whole sentiment that there is a immigration crisis in the United States and also outside of the United States, just regionally, both North America, Central, South America, and the Caribbean. There are a lot of situations happening right now, like disputes between Ecuador and Peru, and now we have a bunch of Venezuelans coming to Peru, and the Peruvian government is now deporting them. So that's happening in Peru and South America, and then you have this situation with Venezuela and Guyana, where Venezuela wants to expand their territories into Guyana, or Guyana, whatever how you want to pronounce it. And then, of course, we also have another situation over in the Caribbean island, Hispaniola, between the Haitians and the Dominicans. So there's a whole lot of issues right now. It's something that's plaguing Latin America in general, and of course, America proper, like the United States. It's definitely plaguing us, but I think the rhetoric that's being promoted by the Democrats and by the quotations liberal establishment, even though I wouldn't call them liberal, people are blindly trying to manipulate Latinos to try and get them to support Democrat causes within the United States, while completely ignoring all the issues happening in Latin America and all the border policies. Like, they have convinced the Latinos within the United States to reject the ideals of private property and border control, even though within their own respective countries, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Argentina, Brazil, etc., all of these different countries have immigration policies, and some of them are more strict than the United States. So it's like American Latinos who were born in the United States, raised in the United States, and adopt the Democrat ideals. They are blinded from the actual truth of Latin American issues.
So pretty much what you're saying is that the Democrats are, in essence, they have promoted this crisis and they've supported this crisis. And what we have is them trying to perhaps guilt the Latino community in the United States in supporting what's happening right now. And maybe that's done, like I said earlier, showing the mother with kids. Almost every single report I see is the mother with kids. And if they show a man, they show the man carrying a kid on his shoulder. Is that propaganda? And you see that, and they're crying and they're saying they're hungry, and you feel bad. You're like, oh man, this is terrible, But they're not showing that other side, like Malicious was speaking about, the entitlement, right? You need to get me this. I'm here, and the insults and all that stuff, like, because you're rich, meaning the country. You're rich. You here in America, rich government, give me the help I need because I'm an asylum seeker, and that's what's happening right now, unfortunately. Just 1 second here. We have, I believe, a difference of opinion, which should be interesting. Again, all opinions are welcome here. So I'm going to bring up to the panel NY. It's my, excuse me. It's my 32. He was asking to join. Go ahead. You're welcome to the panel. Please share your statement. Please try to make it brief so everyone can respond accordingly.
Well, a couple questions. The first one is the borders around Texas are not open, so they're not being flooded. There's actually a documentary on...
Just before you continue, are you from Texas? Do you live there?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
But I do read, for one.
It's fine. It's just a question. You can continue, just for context.
Okay, and then for two, there is a documentary. It's on the Discovery Channel. It's actually a live documentary from Homeland Security that is filmed and taped of what's happening at the borders that's current. There was a current episode tonight, in fact. So the borders are secure. They don't pass judgment against anybody of any color, which you guys are. So they will check everything. They're bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars in every several months in contraband. And in addition to, anybody who comes across that has a partial allowance to travel through the United States back and forth, temporary to work, they do any infraction, that's all taken away immediately. And they're doing this day in and day out, 24/7, every single day. On top
Who's
of
they?
that,
Just who's they?
Yeah.
they is the Border Patrol.
Wrong.
And you're
Yes,
Hold on, just 1 second. You're saying the Border Patrol is keeping track of what they're doing? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and they actually do fingerprinting. They have an electric fingerprint machine. They also have huge, small, big, but huge X-ray machines. Vehicles are being X-rayed. Yes, watch
So
it.
so hold on a second. So okay, so you're saying Border Patrol finger.
You guys aren't representing things properly.
Well, that's why I'm asking you.
Okay,
That's why I'm asking you.
go
So the
ahead.
question is, they fingerprint, correct? And then let's say a migrant goes to New York or Chicago, whatever, and they keep track of that migrant. Is that what you're saying?
They'll keep yes, they'll keep track of it. So if somebody comes through and they're pulled over because they do it by random, but they always do it by suspicion and they do it by record. So if somebody again has been pulled over, they're fingerprinted and they're documented in a system that is tracked. So every single time they get pulled over, thereafter, they're under scrutiny. Every single time.
And that makes you feel safe?
I'm not saying it makes me feel safe. I'm just telling
Just
you.
asking you. No, I'm just asking you because you're saying that they're trying.
Which I'm saying to you, the things that the statements that you're making are not factually correct.
Yes, they are factually correct.
Wait, let me finish. Is there a problem with immigration? Yeah, there has been for 20, 30 years. Absolutely. And I will tell you that there has been bills put up at least the last 2 years that I know of. I don't know the details of the ones prior to that. That every single Republican, so this is to increase immigration control. Now, do some policies probably need to be changed? Yes, but we're an asylum nation, basically. And so unless that changes, and again, this has been going on for 20 years, but the last bills recently have all been denied 100% by Republicans.
Okay, I just want to let Malicious respond. So you said the borders
Okay.
are not open. There's no crisis in Texas. Malicious actually lives in
say there's
Texas.
no crisis.
Yes.
I'm
Okay.
telling you it's not as
Take
what you're
it.
saying.
Well, if the borders are not open, then there's no crisis, correct?
Yeah, I'm
Well,
sorry to
are there
tell
people
you, but
are there
you are,
people wait. Are there people trying to get over illegally? Yes, but you know what the governor of Texas is doing? He's trying to get him. He's trying to kill him.
Okay, but just
No,
to
he's
just to
not.
verify,
I know.
you said.
don't box me into a corner. I am telling
Well, no,
you.
I'm just asking what you said earlier. You said the borders are not open, correct?
They are not open.
Okay, so let's leave it at that. Now let
100%.
Malicious respond. She's from Texas. Go
They're
ahead,
not they're not
Malicious.
open.
Thank you. I am from Texas. I know who I work for. Very long, 16 and a half years. I have a lot of family members in Border Patrol. I live 8 minutes from the border. The border is supposed to be closed until a few weeks ago. The president ordered to be closed, but they are
What do you
still
mean by
letting them
closed? Let's
cross
do the
through.
definition of. Let's do the
Closed where
definition of
not
closed.
anybody could get through. Okay, I live by here. You do not.
I'm
see
saying,
this
what is the
daily.
definition
I
of
see- Okay, you
closed?
already
Hold
have
on,
your
let
time.
Malicious
Let me
respond. She let you
to
speak, so let her respond. Go ahead, Malicious.
The border was supposed to be closed a long time ago. The president kept fighting. Governor,
president?
our governor, I'm not done responding. Our governor kept fighting and fighting. We need to close it. You don't see what is going on here. He finally said, I don't care. Threw papers up. We're closing the border. Border Patrol was still ordered to let them in slowly. Okay. My nephew is there. He was threatened with a handmade weapon of some kind. Thank God he wasn't harmed. The borders are not wide open, but they are open. They're letting them in slowly and slowly. This is something we see daily. I live 8 miles from the border. Okay.
I know. Watch how you're talking to me, though, because I asked you to define what the definition of open is. Our borders have never technically been
Yes, they
closed,
have.
but our borders
they were
are
closed.
our
They were
borders
closed
being
for a few
monitored
weeks.
and they're being secured. Well, you know what? I'm gonna
They
let
were.
you go because what really
There's
irritates
no
me.
such thing. There's
Okay,
no
but
such
my
thing as
32, you have to be
closing.
able to have a conversation, right?
I know, but the thing is that you're
But what's
you wanna
wrong with
defend
having
your
a difference
position
of
so bad
opinion?
to
No,
be-
I'm not.
to
I'm
be
not.
racist against your own people. It's like
No, it's not racism.
Not racist.
No, don't
man,
come with
There
that.
you
Don't come
go.
with that because that's not racism.
Why are you
okay.
No, that's now you're attacking. Now you're insulting.
I'm just saying it is what it is.
Let's get to the facts. Let's get to what let's stay to what we're talking about here, which is the immigration crisis, and we don't have to insult each other. So I know Lucci wanted to say something. Go ahead, Lucci, and let him have the word. Go ahead.
No, supporting immigration policies equals racism. I've already put my here when I mentioned Latin American political issues right now between Ecuador and Peru and Venezuela, where a bunch of migrants are going to Venezuela. Undocumented migrants are creating a nuisance in Peru. Excuse me, they're going from Venezuela to go to Peru, and in Peru they're nuisance to such a degree where the president of Peru, who is a left-wing socialist, she is a left-wing socialist, Dina Boluarte, and she was the one who was advocating for the Venezuelans to be kicked out of the country. So this isn't an issue of racism. This is a cultural division, a nationalistic division. Because us as the Latinos, we're not gonna just allow anybody within our countries. Every single Latin American country has policies on immigration, and I've stated before sometimes they're more strict than the United States. So it's not racism.
And exactly, that's an issue that's happening within South America itself as well. But hold on, let's give the word to Cor, because I know Cor wanted to say something too. Cor, so Mike stated that per this documentary, they get all these sort of fingerprinting and stuff like that, and they keep track. What do you want to add? What do you want to reply to that?
I'm just shocked that there's a lot of people who believe documentaries on the Discovery Channel.
But it's live. They're actually filming it.
Let her speak, and then you
know,
can
but
reply.
you're
You will
accusing me
reply, but you will reply.
All right,
Let her speak. You will reply.
All right.
It's hard for, me and I'm sure Malicious, who are on the front lines, and we see this every day, and we see the issues that it's causing, and then for people to believe that there isn't a crisis is just, it's scary, is what it is.
But depending on the different levels of crisis that we're talking about, there is issues. I'm not here to say that there isn't issues, but what's being advertised all over and watching it live on TV with my own eyes is not, I guess, proof enough. But if you look at other research, it's the right wingers that are claiming that everybody's just letting the border run rampant and yada 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 with them or whatever.
So my 32 question on what you said. So what about the New York mayor? He's a Democrat, and he's blaming the White House for not taking care of the crisis, and he's actually doing budget cuts in New York City right now that will affect every neighborhood per what he said. Is he also a righty? Is he also manipulating?
I haven't read that article. I will look for it when I hang up with you guys.
Please, you can actually check it out on my page. I have it too.
What you guys are doing too is you're putting this political spin in because you guys are all Republican Mexicans. And all I'm telling you, and I will let you go at that, and I will leave it at that. So you're putting this spin on it because
We're not all Mexicans, by the way, but
well,
okay.
or Nicaraguan, you're Hispanic descent, and you're all Republicans. And so, wait, let me finish, and I'm going to go because I'm not going to do this with you guys.
Okay.
The bottom line is, with my own two eyes, this is the same thing that the right wingers do about with Trump. You can watch Trump with your own eyes, and they will tell you you're lying and you're wrong when you're watching him on film. And so, all I'm telling you, it's a legitimate documentary. And the two young ladies that live in Texas, I'm just letting you know, go across the border and see if they don't check you out. Go ask your border agent friends if they don't do that, because they do. And with that, I'll let you go because I'm not going to get into this whole right wing.
Because you can have a discussion.
I'm seeing things. No, I'm not going to do, because what it is political with you guys. And
No,
it's
we're having a
right-wing
discussion.
political.
Well,
It's right-wing
Everything is
political. And
it is political because we have laws that are being broken. So
but the
what do you call it?
Okay, here's what I'm going to leave you with too.
So who's running it?
Here's the two things I'm going to leave you with too. Republicans today, and this is a fact, this isn't just my opinion, it is my opinion too, by the way, are so far right and they're so far disingenuous that they're not trusted. So there is no Republican Party. So when you say you're a right winger, you're basically a MAGA, and MAGAs are bad people in my opinion.
In your opinion.
And they don't do the right thing. They're not out for the right thing. I don't care if you're white, black, or brown, green, or purple. If you're part of that group, then there's no place in my mind. And it pisses me off when people of color actually have that stance today. Again, there used to be nothing wrong with being a Republican. I think I voted Republican a couple
So
times.
we all have to be Democrats, otherwise we're racist, otherwise we're...
Democrat.
But you just said, said that it's wrong.
I'm gonna tell you today.
You just said if you stand with the opposite of Democrat,
Today,
you're automatically
yes.
MAGA, which you identified as racist
Today.
right away.
Today.
Well, I can tell you that that's very wrong.
Okay,
You're very
so
wrong
who are you
about
gonna vote
that.
for?
And close-minded.
I'm voting for Trump.
Close-minded.
I have no shame about that.
All right. Goodbye.
I'm voting for Trump. You can handle a conversation. Have a good
No,
night.
she can't.
Yeah, so this is the problem, guys, about when you only watch something
Right.
and you stay in that box. So this is the perfect example of someone that's brainwashed by the media.
Thank you.
One documentary, and that's all she knows. Okay, you
And
have
does she not
individuals
know?
here. Go ahead.
Yeah. Does she not know documentaries are doctored? When they say live, it's
Exactly.
not literally shooting live. They say, okay, live, look at these people crossing and go this way and
Right.
it's fake. Yeah,
Yeah.
go run into place, pose. Oh, live. I've
Yeah.
seen that firsthand myself.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy.
This is the perfect example of when a liberal cannot have a conversation. A regular conversation without insulting you personally, without calling you a racist. By the way, it's ironic she was calling us racist, but she said that we were all Mexican.
I know.
Yes.
She said we were all Mexican.
It's crazy. I wish
mean-
we could all live in peace. Every single country with their own people everywhere. Everybody at peace, getting along. Everybody working their butts off for what we need. But people always say you're making it political. We don't want it to be that way, but unfortunately, every country this world runs on politics if it's not religion. But even that still has politics in it.
And to add it, to make it worse, because someone said she didn't. Yes, she did. To make it worse, when I said we were not Mexican, she said, well, you're all Nicaraguan or whatever. Even worse. To add to it, worse. So, that's where we are right now, where you cannot have conversations, and I don't understand why. We have a Black Sugar Queen. She's joining. Please, if you want to share your opinion or your statement to the panel briefly, thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. How are you guys?
Good evening.
How you doing?
I'm good. I was listening to your guys' conversation. I just stumbled upon this live, but do you think the immigration crisis is new to America?
No,
Who
but
wants to answer that? Go ahead, malicious.
It's not new, in my opinion. It's not new to America. We've always had some type of crisis, but right now, it is the worst it is ever. The worst. You don't see what's going on now, back in the day, compared to now. And like the other lady was
Malicious, how
saying,
long you been working with this department you've been?
government? Oh,
Yeah.
16 and a half years.
And in 16 years, have you seen it this bad?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Okay, Court, do you want to answer to that question too?
Yeah,
Since you're in the front
absolutely
line?
not. I've never seen anything like this. I've been in this field for over 7 years.
In what
Never
field?
seen anything like this.
In what field?
And I'm not on the border.
Oh, so just for context, Black Sugar, maybe she wasn't here before. So these two ladies, Court and Malicious, they work for, without being specific, one is for housing, one is nonprofit that offers benefits to citizens or residents within their community. And just to pretty much summarize it, if you are a citizen or a resident, you are eligible to get certain benefits for if you're a poor American. But what they're seeing now is that migrants are getting these benefits without any form of documentation, and that's a requirement to have documentation like a social, proof of address, all that stuff, birth certificate. But since they don't have it, that's being waived. Where an American can still go today and say, like I said myself, if I was to apply and say I'm poor American, I need help, and I say I don't have my birth certificate, I don't have my social, I lost it, they will pretty much tell me to go away and go get it. Where a migrant,
No, they actually help you get it, but go ahead.
well, right, but I'm saying that you cannot get that help without getting your documentation. But a migrant is giving the green light according to what they shared.
You get temporary benefits until it's verified who you are and what you are.
Court and Malicious, do you want to reply to that?
I've never seen it.
Yes, no. What happens is with us, what we were discussing earlier, say you, for example, you say, well, we need your social, we need birth certificate. I don't have it. I lost it. That's okay, sweetie. Go to the vital statistics, go here and get it. But I can't. Well, unfortunately, we can't go ahead until we get this information. That's an example. Somebody else that says, pues yo necesito ayuda, I need help. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Venezuela. Just, okay, where is this? It flooded. I lost it in the boat. It got stolen, or I had to sell it for food. Oh, okay. This is your temporary social 000192343. Okay, this is gonna be it. We're gonna send this. We're gonna place you in this hotel or in this home for these many months. You're gonna get your card mailed to you. You're gonna get this. That's what we're saying. They're letting others get away with things that they shouldn't, because one, you don't even know if that's their exact name or information. Two, we can have access to it. They can help us, but the majority of the time it's like, no, you're stuck. You do it, you get it. While someone else is like, that's okay. We believe you. It's you and 15 family members. Okay, we'll do this. The difference.
That might
Now
be in your
we have-
particular state, but that's not.
Oh, I work for every single state.
Okay.
I take care of all of them. Now I have a lot of elderly,
So you work for every
different race
state.
people. Yes, I work for the government.
So
And
you're on the
it's
federal level. That's what you're saying.
correct, federal level. Now I have
But
a lot
just
of
because you work
elderly
for the
people.
federal level don't mean you work for the entire government.
Yes, I do. For
Every state.
if you have
You work
housing,
in a
if you
particular
have welfare,
jurisdiction.
if you get food stamps, your case will pass through my area. Now I have elderly,
So
all
each
different
office
races.
each office has their
they
own
don't get
jurisdiction.
their
You do
be-
know that, right?
No, I'm not the manager for the case. The case, once they approve it, it goes through us. That's what happens. Just because the caseworker says this, it goes through our level.
I'm not talking about
Every level.
caseworker. I'm talking about jurisdiction.
And
So
we have jurisdiction over all of
each
it.
area has their own jurisdiction that they
Mm-hmm.
manage. They don't manage the entire 51 states. Each office is given a particular section that they
Mm-hmm.
are to manage, not the entire United
And
States.
then from there, it comes through us. It's just any other, you work for doesn't matter what, the hospital, school, you work for this, then the HR, then above, that's how it goes. So now what we're dealing with is we have our people, like, it doesn't matter what race. You're here legally, you're a citizen, whatnot. I have elderly people calling me. Why can't I get benefits anymore? Why isn't my rent paid? Why is my monthly check, my social security, why is it being held back? Why am I not going to receive? What are we to tell them? The benefits are running very low, but they're given to this family. Okay, that's what's
We don't
happening.
take,
A lot
well,
of people are seeing it.
that's one thing that's not true. We don't take benefits
true.
from one family
It
just
is
to
true.
give to illegal
You are-
aliens. No, it's
it
not.
is true.
That
Yes,
is
it is.
not, that is
16
absolutely
and a half
false.
years working for
And
them.
I am
Yes, it is.
also a federal worker.
And it is. Then you're not
Assembly,
working. In
and
the
I'm
area.
actually a director of a department.
Okay, so
no,
let's let
And
Black
you
Sugar
do not-
explain. She said that she, for context, everyone, she says she works on the federal level too. So go ahead, you can reply to what
Yes.
Militia said, and then we
Yes.
can have a conversation. So
And
go
what
ahead.
I'm saying is, we do not deduct or subtract someone else's benefits to meet the benefits of someone else. Because how our funds are allocated, are a certain percentage of our funds are allocated for what we call ESOL, is non-speaking English people in America. Okay. Or a lot of people who come across the border who are given temporary status until their court cases come up. Correct?
They give temporary.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. Temporary.
Exactly.
Social.
So these funds are allocated to them through what program?
Any program. Every state has a different title for it.
No, you said
Every
you work
state
for the
has a
federal
different title.
government. So what
Exactly.
what department in the federal government or what program allocates these funds specifically for these immigrants in an emergency situation?
Emergency funds are distributed depending on the state. Every state calls it
You
something
just
different.
told me that you work for every state in the United States.
Exactly. When their
So
case
you should
comes
know.
up,
So you should know exactly
No,
what
ma'am.
program
Mhm.
I'm referring
No,
to.
ma'am.
Yeah, you should.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, you
No,
should.
ma'am.
Okay.
Every case that we get, their information, when they put their information in, when they're calling us, we grab it right away. It populates. It's for this program. This program has to do with housing.
Exactly.
Then the
And you
next
should
one
know
comes-
where that
ma'am.
program.
Hold on, Black Sugar, because you brought up the question to her. Let her just answer. Go ahead, Malicious. Finish your
have
statement,
an
and then we'll let Black Sugar answer back. Just let her answer so we can all hear.
Hundreds of programs. Every client we get is a different client with a different call with a different account. I don't get all housing calls. I don't get all welfare calls. Every one is different when I grab one. When somebody from Massachusetts calls, it says, boom, state of Massachusetts, this is the program. I go into it, look for the verification. Okay, assist them. Next call. Okay, I have a New York call. Boom, it's this program. It's for welfare. This is the program. That's how it works. It's hundreds of programs. It's not just one.
So
That's
you're in
what
a
I'm trying to
call center.
explain.
So you're in Bell
No, I'm at home right now because I can't work out of Austin. So right now, my calls are routed to my home.
Yeah, you're remote working.
COVID. Ever since COVID, we were
Yeah,
moved
you're
to our
remote
home.
working.
Yes, correct. So every one of my
But you're
cases
still
will
on
be
inbound
different.
calls.
Right now, I'm on cases and inbound, correct, because we
Yeah.
cannot work out of the building.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but you still should know what I'm talking about as well.
I am, and that's what I'm telling you. Every one of my calls is different. It is rare that I'll get the same state back to back. So every one, is you were aware, has a different
No
program
matter
name.
if the cases are different, that is not the question I asked. And I would appreciate if you could stay focused on the question that I asked you. I said, are the federal funds allocated towards a specific person or specific people that are in different situations? There are two sets of funds. You do know that, correct?
There are more than two sets.
Yeah, but there are funds for those who are legal citizens, which programs like SNAP, WIC, and those types of things pay for. And then there are another set of funds for those who are in an emergency type situation and a temporary, who have temporary status here until they go to immigration court and follow through with that progress. Correct?
There's
Okay,
different,
but-
correct.
Okay, so how is it that you're stating that funds are taken away from someone else in a SNAP program for someone who's in a whole nother basket who's getting temporary assistance?
Because when they're calling in for the SNAP for that state, that is what we're talking about. Every state is different. Every state is running out of benefits depending on what they're calling about. Every state has for housing. Every state has for food
It's
stamps.
two different
DFAS.
pots. It's two different pots.
It's
One
from the
pot does
same
not affect
state.
another pot. No, it does not. That is not the way funds are allocated.
Yes,
That is
they are.
not the way. That is not the way I divest and allocate funds to particular programs in different states. That is not the way it works.
So, Black Sugar, you're saying that these are federal funds, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, so
Allocated in a separate way.
okay, so
Just like we have education fund, we have
Right.
funds that go down to different states for their education programs for the
So
federal
then-
education.
Okay, so then what is the situation with cities like Chicago and New York where they are overwhelmed and those federal funds are not enough for them? That's what they claim. What about that?
They're running out of the Pacific allocated funds, but that's
Mm-hmm.
because they haven't passed another bill to allocate more funds.
Okay,
in
so
Congress.
so staying on that topic, do you find that fair that taxpayers should be covering that bill and adding more funds to that?
Well, taxpayers cover those bills regardless. So whether it comes from the state or whether it comes from the federal government, taxpayers are paying the bills for that particular situation.
But this situation
no-
is happening this bad? It's happening now. It
Well,
wasn't this
no,
bad like this
it
10
is-
years ago, correct?
We've always had ebb and flow in immigration. Immigration goes up and it goes down. That has always happened for centuries. For centuries.
This bad?
Yes,
It hasn't happened this bad according to stats.
Yeah,
Over 3
absolutely.
million crossed the border last
Absolutely.
year. Just 3 million in one
Absolutely.
year.
The worst immigration that we had come into this country was under President Ronald Reagan. That's why he enacted the immigration bill, which gave people amnesty if they could apply for amnesty by turning themselves in at the border. That's how we got our first immigration bill, which created a bigger mess because that's the same crap we're dealing with right now, unfortunately. Because you can just come into the border and turn yourself in and apply for amnesty. Tell them I'm here. I'm scared.
Okay, so according to you, it's fair for the taxpayers to cover this bill because the immigration issue has been ongoing for decades.
Absolutely.
So and it should continue moving forward the same way.
We have to, as a country, take care of what we set up. That we're a country of laws. We created the laws, so they need to fix it.
So do you know?
If you dislike your tax dollars going towards it, then stop voting people in office who
Yeah.
create these laws that create these fiascos that we have going on in our country.
So specifically staying on the law, what is the name of the law that states that these migrants are supposed to get this shelter and this sort of assistance when it comes to money
I
and
just
food and all
told
this
you
stuff?
it was the immigration law passed under Ronald Reagan.
Okay, let me look that up, everyone. I'm going to
ahead.
be looking that up. We have Alma. She wants to join the live here. Alma, well, look up the law according to Black Sugar here. You can go ahead and reply and state your stance in front of everyone here.
I'm sorry, what?
You're welcome to go ahead and share your thoughts or whatever you want to share.
I live in El Paso, Texas. I live by the border. We've always, ever since I was little, we've always had crossers. My dad was an immigrant.
Absolutely.
He paid his dues. And then you get all these people, they're literally, my apartments, there's like 10, 12 people living in one apartment. Never have I seen this many immigrants. People can't even go out of their houses because they're on their front lawns. The church by El Segundo Barrio, which is close to the border, is full of immigrants. Their clothes, everything. You got women telling in the stores, because my ex-husband works for he delivers bread. They're everywhere. Women are literally asking for sex. They're telling men, the workers, they will do anything for sex, whatever. It's really bad. It is bad. I live in El Paso. I don't know about any other city, but I'm just talking about El Paso. Mexicans are not even crossing. I go to Juarez and it's full of immigrants. Even in Juarez is full of immigrants. Never have I seen this many immigrants. For her to say that it's not true, it's true. I live it. I don't know about laws, but I live it.
For who to say it's not true?
Well, because you said that we've been having this same problem for decades, meaning
Yes.
it's not any worse than now. So that's what she's saying, that
Yeah,
you're
I
saying that
didn't
it's
say
not true, that it's
that doesn't mean that the problem isn't true.
no, that the
That's
problem
just
is
a
not as
statement.
bad as it's ever been. It's worse
It's
than ever
never been this
before.
bad.
You said that
Never.
that's
Yes,
incorrect.
it's bad, but it's not as worse. Yeah.
Right. So you
No,
said it's not
I
true,
mean,
correct?
No, I'm not
literally,
saying that the issue is not true.
No,
What I'm
no. You said the
saying-
issue is true. I'm just saying that it's not as bad as ever.
correct.
Correct. So
I don't agree with the emphasis on it's the worst time ever. No.
Okay, so that's what she's saying, that you're
But-
wrong. So you want to reply to that? Go ahead.
No. Like I stated before, there are always going to be ebbs and flows in our immigration policy until it's fixed. But do I suggest or believe that it's worse than it has ever been? No. The worst time I do believe that it ever was under Ronald Reagan. And that's why there was a need to pass that bill.
there's always
I
been
think-
crossers.
Oh yeah.
Always. I live by the
Absolutely.
border.
But
Always.
it's been up and down though. We've had
No.
decreases, we've had increases. Yes, we have. We've always
No.
had. Yeah.
No. Ever since Biden, no.
No,
Ever
it's
since
before
Biden
Biden.
started
Did we
being-
not have caravans under Obama? Did we not have
They
caravans
literally,
under Obama?
okay, when you go from state, like when we go to El Paso, when you go from state, when you leave the state, you go through immigration. They even stop immigration because they had buses and buses of people leaving. It's bad. It is bad. Anywhere you can tell anybody that lives in border cities, even in Juarez, like I said, Juarez, Mexico, I have never seen so many immigrants. There's immigrants waiting to cross to El Paso all the time. And I'm talking about El Paso. I'm not talking any other city. I'm telling you, I'm 58 years old. I grew up in the barrio. I grew up close to the border, like literally where the border is. And we've always had crossers. People cross, they would always, but never this bad. Never. I can't.
Disagree.
That's the experience that I have. I'm just telling
Yeah.
you my experience. I don't know anybody else. I don't know the system. I don't know.
And I mean, I
My
respect
apartments where I live,
respect your
there's
opinion
like
of
7
what you
apartments,
see.
and
Yeah.
there's a lot of. They're from Venezuela, and I know the accent. The accent is so different because I grew up I mean, our accent is way different. Their accent, I can tell the way they look, everything. We know they're immigrants, and they're like 7, 8, 10, and I've never seen this. I mean, it's bad. It is bad. And even the crime in El Paso, we had El Paso was a very safe city. It's not safe anymore. It's not. I don't know if it's the immigrants. I don't know what's going on, but I know it's not safe anymore. It's not a safe city anymore. Like before, we can actually walk at night. It's not as safe anymore. People, especially like close to the border, we call it Segundo Barrio. There's a lot. People are coming out saying, I can't go out. And my niece lives around there, and she's like, I can't go out at night because they're all right there I mean, you would literally see them laying being on the ground by a lot of the houses. A lot of those houses, these are older people. They can, I mean, it is bad. It is bad. That's all I can say.
I'm still looking up for the law. I found one already. I'm just trying to find a second for backup, second source. Just give me 1 minute.
You can go to
Like they literally closed the bridge, like the free bridge.
you can
People
go to the
were waiting in
USA
line for 5 hours.
government archives.
Uh-huh.
No, I was
I'm
talking
listening.
to the Vega.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, I was saying you could look it up on the archives, U.S. government archives.
Copy. Just give me a minute, just because a lot of times those are huge documents, and I don't want to stay here too long.
Yeah, they are very huge.
Yeah, I want to find the specific, because there's a lot of articles here that show you the specific what we're talking about here. Give me.
Yeah, but you really need to read the bill to actually find out what they enacted.
The thing is, a lot of the crossers are not coming through. Like when they cross, they would cross the border. Like literally, they send them to they deported them, and they were coming through sewers. People were saying, like in the segundo, and close to the border, they were coming out through sewers. A lot of the times they're not reporting a lot of the immigrants, so it's not literally, it's not written down how many are crossing. A lot of them are just not, they don't know how many people are crossing. They're not writing everybody down.
Correct. They estimate, but they can't exactly know, because there are some that just run and just, they just escape pretty much. So it's just estimates at this point.
Yep.
Just quick question. I just want to, for those that are watching again, Court, do you mind just briefly sharing again your experience while I look up for the law for those that didn't, hear your story previously of what you encountered where you work? Again, the chat for the chat as well, please. Just like a brief summary of what you witnessed.
Yeah. So I work for a nonprofit in Western Mass, very small county. Basically, we had gotten, in Massachusetts, there's a right to shelter law for families. We were sent little over 30 families a couple of months ago to 2 local hotels. Long story short, the state, Maura Healy's office did nothing but lie to me when I had inquired about different rooms that were vacant but paid by the state until June, that were supposed to be for Massachusetts homeless residents. And when I was asked if I could put local homeless families or individuals up, I was told that they were only reserved for the migrant families. And it's affected this small town very, very quickly.
Black Sugar, do you want to reply to that at all?
She's talking about her local jurisdiction. No.
So I'm just saying, because she's saying that she's never witnessed that before. So, again, going back to the point where, things seem to be worse now than they were before.
I am a little curious, Black Sugar. So when it comes to like the benefits, specifically like SNAP, so the pot of money, so if a migrant family comes in and they apply for SNAP and they get those benefits, those benefits are coming from a different pot of money than if, like,
yes,
I applied.
Yes.
Okay.
So all the food, because a friend of mine worked at a hotel also in El Paso. They were full of migrants, and I literally saw a truck where they give them food.
Oh yeah.
They feed them like three times a day, and they would go feed them. I'm not sure. I saw the truck, and they would come out and they would take them. They even had police officers. They had escorted police just guarding them.
Yeah, we have a National Guard here. There's 5 that are just there all the time.
So where do they get that food? Like, who's paying for that?
A
lot of nonprofits also donate food.
Yep.
Yes.
Like I was saying, the families
Red Cross, United Way, all of those people donate food and services.
So like in
migrants.
In my town, a lot of it came from like the food pantry for the first couple of days, because for those of you who weren't here when I first jumped on, the families were dropped off we got an email at like 11:30 at night that they were getting dropped off in a half hour. So it was like midnight. There was 2 local nonprofits, who those agencies work with immigrants. They had gone to the local food pantry and they just grabbed a bunch of food for them for the next, because there was just no plan in place. The state notifies the hospital and the town clerk, and that's it. And we just happened to be notified because we had organized a task force of local agencies well in advance, knowing that we were probably going to be sent families.
Okay, so I found this law, the law that she was referring to here. Okay, let me see here.
It's a lot of.
Yeah, it's a long one, so I'm going to try to summarize as much as I can. Okay, so the legislative history. The Immigration Reform and Control Act, IRCA, was introduced as S-1200 in the United States Senate by Senator Alan Simpson on May 23rd, 1985. Its stated purpose was to revise and reform the immigration laws and for other purposes. The Senate passed the bill by a vote of 69 to 30 on September 19, 1985. Okay. As per employment, the Immigration Reform Control Act made it unlawful for any employer to knowingly hire or recruit any person unauthorized to work in the U.S. It also made it illegal for an individual to use fraudulent entry or work documents. Let's see, for legalization for certain immigrants, the Immigration Reform and Control Act granted temporary legal status to individuals residing in the U.S. without legal permission who had entered the country before January 1st, 1982, had resided continuously in the country since that time, and were otherwise admissible under the law. Individuals who had entered the country legally, but whose legal status had since expired, were also eligible. Let's see. Those that were convicted of a felony or at least 3 misdemeanors or had taken any political, religious, or racial persecution were ineligible to apply for the temporary legal status. So that's pretty much the summary of that law that Black Sugar was referring to. But I don't see anything specific, because my question was, is there a law that states we're supposed to provide all of these services for these migrants and asylum seekers? And I just cannot find it. So
Read the.
yeah, Black Sugar, if you have,
Yeah. Did you get to the section for amnesty yet?
Yes.
I didn't hear you say anything about that section yet.
Yeah, so a few months into his presidency, Reagan issued a statement on the U.S. immigration and refugee policy, in which he outlined his goals to continue America's tradition of welcoming people from other countries, especially those fleeing oppression. He called for the millions of undocumented illegal immigrants present in the country to be given recognition and path to legal status, without encouraging further illegal immigration. So he signed the act, which was the most far-reaching immigration law passed during his presidency, and it allowed immigrants who had entered the U.S. before January 1st, 1982, to apply for legal status, provided they paid fines and back taxes. This provision, which the president himself referred to as amnesty, allowed around 3 million immigrants to secure legal status after paying $185, demonstrating good moral character and learning to speak English. That's as far as the law went.
But
And
isn't it when you're seeking asylum? Like, let's say Venezuela, they have to go through 3 countries? So don't they have to ask for that? Mexico already, Obrador, I know the president of Mexico, he already told them that he would give them asylum.
so let me reply to that, Alma. So I'm a Venezuelan American, for those that didn't know. Okay, so I know a lot about this topic because although my family, we all came through the right legal process, we do have, as you can imagine, mutual people that we know of, and they know of someone that knows someone that's going through this situation, right? And so what happens is, on top of that, by the way, you also can see a lot of videos of this on social media of what's actually happening on the ground. And what the Venezuelans that are crossing the border, to make it clear, because we are not all the same. What they do is they say they stay in a country like Mexico, and you can search this, and they say, we don't like it here. This is the worst country we've ever been in. we've been speaking as just paraphrasing here. We've been to Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, Peru, whatever. Mexico is the worst, according to some. And likewise, when they go through El Salvador, when they go through Honduras, they don't like it. They want to come to the United States. And one of the main reasons for that is because they know that those countries are not going to give them what the U.S. is giving them now. Like Black Sugar said, they get these allocated funds for them, right? And some got special treatment. Some got the hotels, the luxury hotels. Some didn't. But those that did spread the word. Hey, we're getting all of this treatment. Mexico's not going to give you that because, Mexico's not going to do that.
No.
And oh, hell no. Yeah. And Honduras is not going to do that either. If anything, they charge them to pass through because, some areas are controlled by criminal entities. Right. They're controlled by narcos. So that's their immigration, if you will. And so that's why they go through all of these countries, and instead of asking for asylum there, they do it here because they know the loophole. They know, as Black Sugar stated, there's certain things that is allocated for them. In my opinion, unlawfully, because even as I read the amnesty law here, has nothing to do with them. Those are here today and entering the country through the border today. Has nothing to do with that. So those funds should be going to those that need the help, those that are here legally and need the help. And by the way, we're also forgetting about those illegals that have been here for decades and they still undocumented. And
the dreamers.
Yeah, and people that are illegal here but have worked. Mm-hmm. They have worked for years. They pay taxes and nobody's talking about them. So that's another side of why a lot of people are angry about this, self-included.
They tried to pass a bill, not Trump, but before Trump. Who was that?
Bush? Obama?
I believe
Bush and Obama.
Tried to pass the Dreamers Act, but it was filibustered by my fellow Republicans.
Yeah, Black Sugar, I got to tell you, I spoke about this last week. Actually, we had a topic on this also, and I said it. Republicans are also to blame for this situation. We got to be fair. This should have been solved 10, 15 years ago, and like Reagan did, it stops right there, right? But it didn't happen, and so here we are today. So yes, absolutely.
Before Reagan passed that bill, we actually didn't have amnesty.
I don't know exactly if we had it, but he implemented it.
Yeah, he signed it into law.
Yeah, he signed it, but there was a deadline for that, though. Yeah.
You said what?
Well, there was a deadline for that, though.
No, there is no deadline for that bill. That bill is existing. That is the law that we're operating under right now.
But I just read it.
They even filed an amendment to it, which is called. It was, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading right now. So
that's the Immigration Reform Act. There was a separate Refugee Act.
Mm-hmm. What's the name of it?
I think it's called the Refugee Act. I think it was 1980, I believe.
Well, it has to be after 1980 because this one that I'm reading is from 1980. Let me see, 1986. This is the one that I'm from 1986.
Yeah, but there's also, what I'm telling you is there's also a Refugee Act.
Refugee Act. Let's see.
It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of reading. You really have to know what you're discussing when you have to read it before you try to discuss it.
I'm trying to find specifically for the asylum purpose of it because again, I'm Googling it and I'm telling you, I've had conversations about this before. There is no law that states these migrants today are to get everything they are getting. There's no law for it. And if you want, by the way, no pressure, you can Google it. And if you find it, send it to me. Just message it to me. But there's no law that states that they're to get all of these treatments, housing, hotel, in was it New York or Chicago? Because I've done a lot of videos on this on my channel. There was one a lady that works within the one of those government entities, and she mentioned that some of them are given up to 6 months free rent. They help them move in, and on top of that, they furnish their apartments. There's no law that states that. And I stand by that because I've done research on this, and I'm doing it right now, but I've done it previously.
A lot of those things too aren't only paid by the government. A lot of those things, some of those things come from CASA as well.
Come from where?
CASA, CASA. It's a nonprofit.
Nonprofit, yeah. Look, and that's fine, right? We have some churches that are also helping and all that stuff. I've seen that too, right? But the problem that most Americans complain is, what about the homeless people? I wouldn't have a problem if you're helping migrants that are crossing the border, but then we shouldn't see one homeless on the streets because that doesn't make sense. If we're going to be fair, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's like what I see. I work with the homeless, and half of the family shelters here, more than half of them are.
Thanks for having me.
Hold on, let Court finish. Go ahead, Court.
More than half of the occupants in the family shelters are migrant families. So we no longer, some of you may know, about a month ago, Maura Healey said there's no more room for shelter. So now you're not promised shelter as,
Yes.
if you're applying as a family.
Yes, exactly. It's affecting. So even though I understand what Black Sugar is saying, that those funds are allocated for them, they shouldn't have those funds allocated for them. Let's fix the problems we have right now, and then once we're set, then we can say, okay, let's open the door and let's help those that need it. But it's just, to me, it's not fair. Go ahead, Rafael. You want to say something? Welcome to the chat here.
First of all, I want to say, thanks for having me. Listen, I've always been pro-immigration. I believe this is, the land of second opportunity. You know what I mean? But I think that, in my opinion, I see a lot of hypocrisy because when immigration laws come to mind, to anyone's mind, they automatically think of south of the border. I live in Seattle, by the way, and there's a community about 5 minutes from where I live. It's a Russian community. I would say, I'm pretty sure, and I researched it, I'm pretty sure that 90% of that Russian community, they're all here illegally. They've been here for 15 years. It's funny because these individuals, they don't, if they were to walk down the street and ICE happens to be driving down the street, these people won't get targeted, even though they're here undocumented, simply because of the color of their skin. And there is a large community everywhere because I travel. Every month I travel. I travel a lot to the East Coast, and I see this a lot. And there's a lot of this white immigrants from Europe, okay, who they keep pushing. They've been, I know a lot of families that they've been on a visa. That visa expired. They renew the visa and so on and so on. And they never fix their papers. Another thing is.
So can you? I don't mean to cut you off, but we have other people that want to talk. Can you make your point? What's your main point here?
My point is, everybody looks at immigrants from south of the border and they say they rip off the benefits and whatnot. I did my own research, right? And I said, okay, a lot of this undocumented immigrants, they get fake documents to work. Okay, so they get put on a payroll. They make money. However, though, they get taxed for everything. Consumer tax. They pay every tax created by our government. The only thing is that these people don't file for an income tax. They don't get that money back. And I was curious where that money went. Well, in Washington State alone, they all that money goes to the roads, public schools, and whatever's needed. in the entire state. And for people to say that these people are ripping off benefits, well, in Washington State, undocumented immigrants, they contribute 2.1, I'm not going to say million, billion. And you can do the research. So I don't understand how they are taken away from us, hardworking citizens, when they're actually contributing by not being able to get a tax refund.
Okay, so you mentioned 2 points there. One was the light-skinned immigrants, and then the other one was the tax situation. So personally, I can tell you that when it comes to taxes, it's difficult, right, to specifically say how much they're contributing to the economy. Sure, you can get those numbers of those that have paid, but it's also difficult to state how much they are getting help. And those that are even here, because there's no document stating how many have entered through the border. So it's really difficult to get those numbers out. But, Ukrainians were also giving some sort of refugee status help, if you will. Just quick question to court. Have you seen any Ukrainians in your area asking for assistance?
They're mostly Venezuelan and Haitian.
Got it. Okay, so just to touch base on that, because you're asking about the skin color issue and why we're talking more about the South Americans, because that's who's asking for help the most, in contrast to others.
Right.
Yeah.
And let me add to you that my significant other, right? She actually is in New York City right now, and she's actually working at one of those camps. Like I said, I've always been for pro-immigration, and the stories that she came home, she's been home for about 2 weeks. She's about to head back, and the stories that I have heard from her, it's that it is and I don't mean to single anybody, no ethnic group in particular, but there is a lot of Venezuelans, and from what I hear from her is that these people are so demanding.
Yeah, exactly.
That they feel entitled, and it's very, to me, it's like a slap in the face, because I'm pro-immigration, but these people, I get it. I understand why everybody, and I should be angry myself.
Well,
it was very disappointing to hear the news, that she shared with me, especially her being there physically working.
Yeah, so we had Malicious early on. She left us, unfortunately, but Malicious had mentioned that she works also, for the federal government, and she has experienced migrants, and she mentioned Venezuelans also that have demanded the help. In some cases, they have cursed out some of these workers, the people that are given the help, and they have demanded to get it. Just with that in mind, I want to welcome to the group Christina. She was sort of making some gestures there, but she wants to say something. So go ahead, Christina.
How do you think you would feel if you traveled treacherous territories from South America all the way to the United States when people were giving you mixed signals, mixed messages, and then you get there after not only being victimized in your own country, but all the way up to the United States? So when you get there and you're traumatized, you're exhausted, you're basically hopeless, but hoping to get some sort of relief, how do you think you would feel? How do you think you would feel?
Lucci, do you want to answer to that?
Yeah, I'll answer. So I would feel, I guess, grateful if people would, open up their arms.
Did you travel from South America to the United States?
Hold on, Christina. You ask him a question, let him reply, and then you can answer back. Go ahead, Lucci.
No, I did not travel from South America.
Okay.
My father came from South America, and he was very much grateful when the country allowed him to enter inside the country.
Asylum?
I believe it was either asylum or he was under refugee status. This was during the time period when Fujimori was about to start a civil war against the Sendero Luminoso, the left-wing terrorists in Peru.
Yeah.
And where?
In Peru, Sendero Luminoso, the Shining Path terrorists.
Yeah, that was a region that we decimated as well. Your family was very lucky to be coming over here with asylum.
You
got asylum.
But also you must also include the fact that the Russians and the Cubans were also involved.
Yeah, Cubans were over here, asylum as well. seeking asylum from
I was,
communism.
Okay, so just hold on a second.
Okay.
Hold on a second, Rafael. Give me 1 second. So I want to give everyone a chance to speak. So, Alma, do you want to reply to that question that Christina posed to the group here?
Every country has laws. When I would go to Mexico, I don't have dual citizenship. When I would go to Mexico, we literally had to ask permission. We had to go to the border, ask permission to go deeper into Mexico. Every country has laws. We have laws. Everybody, my dad paid his dues. Everybody's paid to come to the States. My neighbor just told me, I waited 5 years to come from Juarez to El Paso. I did. They have to do like a physical to make sure they don't have anything wrong with them. And then they have to pay and come here. These people are just coming in. They're giving everything. It's not fair for the people that
these are
had
your
paid.
people, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
These people, what do you talk about them like they're just aliens or something? These people are human
Lady,
beings.
I am sorry, but I live in a building where they're full. They don't respect us. They have their music all the way 12 at night.
I have that
They're
too.
talking, they're yelling, they're screaming. They don't
But you can't
respect
condemn
us.
you can't condemn an entire ethnic group over a few knuckleheads. There's
It's not a
knuckleheads in
few,
every
it's a lot.
race.
It's not.
Well, regardless,
If they were, wait,
regardless.
but I'm sure there's a few that I'm not saying they're all like that. But
That's what I was going to ask, is to make sure that it's not everyone, right? It's just some.
But if everybody's complaining about how they act, this is Venezuelans. I'm sorry. I'm not talking about any other. This is specifically, everybody has an issue with the Venezuelans.
From what you've
Even
experienced,
they were
correct?
at the
Just to be
border.
clear.
They were at the border, and they were yelling and screaming. They were telling them, let us in, let us in. We'll even go to Canada. They told us to go to Canada. They were yelling and screaming. I'm not saying, there were a lot of Ukrainians at the border in El Paso. There were Ukrainians. They were not yelling. They were waiting
there?
patiently to cross. Yes, ma'am.
You stand there at the border every day and you hear people yelling.
I cross the border. I go to Juarez.
Every day.
I see it. I don't listen. It's not the TV. It's not the news. I see it.
You stand there.
I live in an
Are you a
apartment
border
full of
patrol
Venezuelans.
agent or something?
I'm sorry?
Are you a border patrol agent?
No.
Okay.
I'm telling you as a citizen. I don't have to be a patrol. I don't have to be a patrol officer. I lived in a border city all my life, by the border. I mean, I've lived there. I'm not saying that I'm in general right now, everybody's complaining because they're not doing anything. I mean, like you say, they're coming here. A lot of them are just on the streets. They're laying with their kids. You're going to work. They're laying, asking for money. Why even come all the way? I agree with you. These people are just laying on the floor with their kids, asking for money. You got the guys cleaning your windows. It's just like Juarez.
So basically, you're saying that it's turning into, the U.S. is turning into a third world country. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And
wow.
Hold on. I'm just clarifying the point.
Yes,
Hold on
sir.
a second. I want to give a chance. I want to give a chance to Court. Court, do you want to reply to that? So Christina posed a question of how would you feel if you travel all these countries and you were giving mixed messages about what you're going to get here in the U.S.?
Personally, I would never go to a country with no plan. I just wouldn't.
So you would stay in a country with nothing, where you were threatened, where
They have
you
nothing
were,
here,
they have an
right?
opportunity here.
According to you, that they're coming over here and that they have nothing.
I never said that.
I'm an American citizen. I was privileged enough to, apply for the citizenship and given, but I'm originally from El Salvador. Okay, well, we really had no choice.
Thank you.
It's not about having plans or not. Now, listen. Now,
When your house is burning down, are you going to leave or are you going to stay there?
To flip a coin, let's just stay for 1 minute.
Rafael, I need you to stay closer to the microphone because you sound very far away.
Okay. Let's say for 1 second that something was to happen to me and they revoked my citizenship and somehow they kicked me out and they threw me back to a country that I know nothing about anymore, but the language. I will be dead within 1 day. Why? I have tattoos on me. They're not gang-related tattoos. I'm in it for the art. But over there, either you're a gangbanger or You know, you're gonna die if you don't join a gang, or the military is gonna kill you. So what
Got it. So you're saying that you
there's a
would.
lot of people there's a lot of people that I know of that have left because they're not given a choice. Either you join a gang or you die. And if we can't get a hold of you, we're going to get a hold of the closest person to you.
Yeah.
There's actually legitimate people.
But
Okay, so go ahead. Corey's asking the question. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering how many of them are actually seeking asylum now, coming over here.
The whole country, ma'am. The whole country. We have decimated.
Which country are you speaking about? Because there's
Venezuela,
multiple countries.
Honduras, Peru, you name it. We've decimated it with our insatiable drug habit. Do you think cartels exist because of just the fun of it? Mexicans don't have to.
Hold on, Raphael. Hold on, Raphael. Let's let Christina say her statement, and then we'll answer. Go ahead, Christina. Finish.
We Americans created this problem. From the 1960s up until the 1990s, it escalated. Immigration has ebbed and flowed. Right now, we have a great influx, but guess what? When your house is burning down, you said, I wouldn't go anywhere if I didn't have a plan. If your house is burning down, are you going to sit in the middle of that burning house, or are you going to leave? I think you're going to leave to protect yourself and your children. You're going to do whatever it takes. And that's exactly what these people are doing.
And cross through all these countries, like you said earlier, Christina?
And absolutely. You know why?
Okay.
Because throughout that time, they were told, come to America. You're going to get this. You're going to get that. They're hearing this. They're getting that. And do you think Mexico is one of the most dense populated countries in the world? Do they have room? And was Mexico responsible for what happened in South America? No.
So your point is that it's our fault, and so we have to provide the help.
Yes.
That's your point. Okay, hold on, because I have a question for Christina. Hold on. So Christina, you said the whole country, right? Because Core asked the question, how many? You said the entire country, all these countries. So do you think that all of these individuals are good people? All of them, 100%?
No, I do not.
No.
And you're okay with them, and you're okay with 100% of them coming in because we did something in the past, and so we have to pay for it now?
No, we're doing something now. We have been continuously traumatizing these people, and these traumatized people are going to traumatize us. What comes around goes around.
So we deserve it.
So it's okay.
Yes, absolutely. The United States
okay.
deserves it.
All of us, we deserve.
No, I don't.
Read what you saw.
Let me stipulate.
I'm asking her the question. Let her finish.
I'm saying it metaphorically. I'm saying it as they have no choice. They were brought up, this new generation, I would say up until like the people of the age of 30, they have experienced poverty, violence. The violence of the degree that you and I could never, well, maybe you can because you're from Cuba, but, just horrible starvation.
Okay, but who caused the violence?
The United States.
The U.S. government.
So hold on a second. Okay, so right now in Venezuela, people that are getting killed are by Americans?
No, by their own people.
Okay, and so by the logic that you're mentioning, the killers and the victims are all coming in here?
It's going over your noodle.
No. I'm just asking you a question. 100% of them are welcome here. That's what you said, correct?
Yes.
Whether they're killers or not.
Yes.
Okay, that was just the question.
They can go into for-profit prisons.
Okay, I want to give the chance to speak to Totally. Go ahead, Totally.
Bro, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well, thank you.
You're a great host. I've been listening for a while. I think that it's been very entertaining and interesting to hear everybody's opinion on this. And, people like you are probably what's needed to solve the problem. You're young enough. You have the knowledge, and if you have the initiative and take the initiative to do it.
Hold on, Christina. Let him speak. We let you speak. Let him speak, and then you can reply.
You could probably be, great help to get it solved. The problem falls on we the people. We allowed this to happen. Christina probably voted for the guy who extended a mass invitation. I'm not going to get into.
Hold on, Christina. Let him finish, and I promise you have the word next. Go ahead.
I'm not going to get into the whole wheel of how I think it's been working, but there was a line waiting for the orange man to leave to have mass immigration commence. And what Alma, I think her name was Alma, is experiencing, don't poo-poo on her, because she's giving you facts and telling you how it is. And you know what? I'm very compassionate to these people. My parents came here from another country, but when they did, it was organized. Yes? This is unorganized and it's unsustainable. So it needs to be fixed, but it's our fault, nobody else. So you could blame whoever you want, decimated, this and that, because that's what you were groomed to think. But it's our fault, and we need to clean it up. And people like the host can make it happen, especially with a platform like this.
Are
This is
y'all
where
Thank
it-
you.
real life or something?
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate it totally. Okay, Christina, go ahead. You can answer now what totally brought you up in the conversation.
First of all, I did not vote for Reagan. I wasn't old enough to vote for Reagan. Okay? I wasn't. And second of all,
Reagan Biden invited them. The Biden administration invited them.
every president has invited
Listen,
them.
buddy.
It's always
let me say
immigration.
something real quick.
Hold on, Rafael. You're next. Let's let Christina finish because she wanted to reply, and then you're next, Rafael. Go ahead, Christina. You can reply.
It's all, we have always had immigration. We've always had illegal immigrants coming across the border and working for companies, farmers. Who do you think picks your fruit? Who do you think works for below minimum wage that doesn't get a rightful paycheck, pays property tax, pays sales tax, pays rent tax? You name it, and they get nothing in return. They get treated like crap. That's been going on for a very long time, even prior to us going in the 1940s and ruining their country, because they have oil and they have precious gems and they have precious metals. If you don't know what's going on and has been going on, then I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Your fault, Christina.
Okay, listen.
Okay, I want to give the word to Rafael because he wanted to speak. Go ahead, Rafael. Please make it brief because I have another guest that wants to join.
I'll make it brief. Listen, the whole CIA scandal back in the 80s, if you want to go back to the Reagan administration, listen, being from El Salvador again, I remember this, exactly how it happened. It was a civil war between us. It was between the wealthy people and us, the farmers. The wealthy people decided that, okay, let's go to every village, every town, and offer to buy the property. We refuse. 3 offers later. Well, it's not for sale. What happens? They send in the military. They shoot. They set our crops on fire. They shoot our livestock. They take our homes. We pick up weapons. We start beating the military. What do? When we protect our land, they contact the U.S. government and say, hey, we need help because we believe they're getting their weapons from the Russians. Here comes the CIA. That whole Central America is torn by U.S. invasions. We saw the military come in, rape, pillage our women, make them slaves, do their laundry, feed them. I was a little kid and I saw all this. Why? Because we don't invade bad soil unless there's riches involved. Oh, it's part of NAFTA now. Look at the whole Central America thing, the whole banana republic. It was all justified as, oh, they're getting their weapons from Russia. Who did we beef with back in the 80s? The Cold War. We're getting the weapons from Russia and Cuba. Oh shit, terrorism, communism. It was their best interest.
Okay,
But all
so
they did was, and that war lasted for what, like almost 20 years.
piggybacking of what you said, Christina mentioned earlier that it's the U.S.'s fault from history, and that's, we should be the ones to pretty much accept everyone to come in, 100% of the population of all South America if they wanted to. Correct, Christina? Just verifying.
Where
There's
else
got to be a
is it gonna
screening
go?
process.
Hold on, let me just ask her, because that's what she mentioned earlier.
Well, of
correct?
course, screening process. Of course, a screening process. But another thing is,
But hold on. I want to also ask you something. Well, sort of answer, because you also asked earlier, what is a
third world country.
a third world country? Thank you. Yeah. So because I think someone mentioned that it is okay for the U.S. to become a third world country, and you said, what is a third world country? So I can tell you that Venezuela is a third world country. I'm a Venezuelan American, and I can tell you that there's a lot of areas in Venezuela where you don't want to live. You don't want to
It's an
walk by.
ideology.
No, it's not an ideology.
Yes,
It's not.
it is.
I have family that live there. It's a reality. It's not an ideology. It's a reality.
Please. Oh
It's
my
a,
God.
listen, let me finish and then you can reply. It's a reality. There are people that kill for a phone,
Yes.
and they leave
Why
you
is
there
that?
dead.
Why is that?
Listen, because of the situation in the country. It's a mess.
Who created it?
Corruption.
Who created that?
So, who created it? Hugo Chavez created it, and Maduro followed on with it.
Who installed them?
The people installed them.
No, who installed them?
The
Come on
people,
now.
the people installed them. No, I'm not playing with you. If you're gonna, look, if you're going to say that the U.S. put Chavez in power, that is totally false. And
Okay.
and by the way, even if that was true, the responsibility lies on the people that voted for that, and people that follow that movement. He was a communist, a dictator, and a corrupt individual. Okay, we all know that. That's a fact. The people accepted that, followed him, and later on went on and accepted his predecessor, Maduro, right? And that's what we have right now. And that's the result of communism and the disaster that the people accepted. And the reason why I'm hard on the Venezuelans that are coming across the border, because there's two Venezuelas, by the way. There's the Venezuela that was against communism and the Venezuela that was for it. The nation was divided in two, similar to what we have here in America. A lot of those that are crossing the border are pro-communist, pro-Chavez voters. And that's what's entering this country right now. And yes, this will turn into a third world country if we don't put a stop to it now. And that's the sad truth.
Pandering fear.
I'm not. It's the truth.
Fear from your own trauma as a child.
Is it, listen, hold on. Is it,
small towns?
is it a sad situation? Is it a sad situation? Is it a sad situation?
They will acclimate.
Is it a,
They will acclimate and become very productive members of society.
really?
Absolutely.
So you will be okay to have a neighbor that was a previous murder in Venezuela?
I have a neighbor 3 doors down that's a registered pedo.
Okay, no, but I'm talking about a Venezuelan murder.
What does it
You're
matter
okay.
what nationality they are?
It does matter because we didn't have it does matter. Hold on.
American pedo.
No. I'm not talking about nationality. I'm talking about a Venezuelan person that crossed the border specifically. A Venezuelan that crossed the border that's not supposed to be here, right? Because we have an immigration system.
Pedos should be here either, but they're here.
Well, that's a different story. That's not an immigration. Yeah, but that's not an immigration issue.
Because they were graced to be born in the United States. It's cool. Okay.
Well, yeah, because and that's why that's why you are able to tell that he's a pedo, right? That's where you because there's that's why you're able to tell because he's a pedo, right? Because he's registered through a system, right? That's why you're able to tell. Otherwise, you wouldn't tell. So those that are coming through those that are coming through the border are completely. They have no vetting system for them. So you are okay with someone that's a criminal in their country living next to you. You're okay with that.
I have plenty of criminals living next to me. I live in
No,
Houston,
but you're not answering the question though.
Yeah, I said yes.
So you're okay with that? Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Most of the time we do.
Host.
Yes.
Host. You see people like this. If she was in the circumstance of that young lady, Alma, who said her sister can't even go at night anymore.
Don't act as if
And-
you
Hold
don't.
on. Let her finish. Hold on. Go ahead.
Possibly
Go ahead.
in jeopardy. exactly for the same reason you said what's happening in Venezuela. You can get killed over a telephone. It's that bad.
I
People
know, I've
haven't
been there.
eaten.
Have you been
Things
there?
are out of control.
Have you
This
been there?
Christina would run. She'd pack her shit and leave so
You don't
fast she
know
wouldn't live
me.
near that. No way.
You
But
don't
yet she got
know
no
me.
compassion for Alma or the
Okay,
people
let's
that are here.
let.
What,
Okay, so
some noisy neighbors? I have noisy neighbors too.
let's try to keep it civilized here. By the
Okay,
way,
Christina,
yes.
the point is,
Go ahead, Alma.
okay, the point is, they're not paying, like you say that your neighbor is a pedo, but he's paying in the system. These people are not in the system. These people are not following laws because they don't, this, first of all, they say love for country. I was military. I love for country.
In Mexico or
a lot
United
of these
States?
people are not love for country. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care. And the point is, why are
You
they?
don't know that. You
Why
can't
can't
say that. You can't say that. You can't
Why?
speak for every single one of them.
I'm speaking for the ones that
I know. I know a lot of illegals, and I've been around a lot of undocumented
This is not.
immigrants that
Yes,
love
I'm from El
America.
Paso.
You know who doesn't love America? It's like how we mentioned earlier. Ukrainians and Russia, they're so arrogant. They want to be here, but they don't fucking like us.
Okay, all right, Rafael, hold on. Rafael, I have to let you go, Rafael, because we can't say statements like that. We cannot generalize everyone. That's why I said some. And that's why I said there's 2 Venezuelans. We cannot generalize everyone like that because it's unfair. Okay?
And
You have
my
to be
point
careful
is-
with that.
And my point is, what is the purpose of the U.S. bringing them all in? They're not better. I see them on the floor all day. They're just laying there with their children. They don't even take their kids. My neighbors don't take their kids to school. They have little kids. I think one of them is like maybe 5 or 6. They don't go to school. What's my point is, why is the United States doing this? If they're not living, they're living better than, I mean, of course they're, I mean, I have to go to work. I'm 58 and I have to bust my ass to go to work. They don't go to work. They're just there. And what is the point of the government? Because some of them are not better. I mean, it's in general. It's everybody's hurting. It's not just us.
Okay,
They are
with that,
laying there.
with that in mind, I want to give the word to Jesus. He just entered. Go ahead, please. You can share your statement. Please make it brief because we have everyone wants to speak also.
Okay, thank you for having me. I'm going to say this one thing. I'm Mexican American. My mom is from Mexico. And all my life, my mom taught me to love this country and love my culture, to be, Mexican and American. You guys seen that movie Selena, when Selena's father said it's hard to be Mexican and it's hard to be American? I grew up with those ideals. When I was in high school, when you're in school, you'll say pledge allegiance to the flag all the time. Now you cannot do that no more because people get offended. Come on.
What?
This country is great. Like it or not, yeah, there's people who fight it here and there, but óyeme, there's a saying I'm going to say en mexicano. El mexicano dice ese, pues que vivas norte, pues que te chingas. Right? So I grew up like that. And all my life I have busted my ass to work. My mother busted her ass to work too. Even though right now we are working on her immigration status. My brother has DACA.
Quick question: Is your mom getting that process for free, or she's paying for it?
I'm paying for it. Me and her and my brother are paying for it.
So immigration is charging the fee for it?
Yeah, we're paying for it. We're paying for the lawyer too.
Because they're not asylum seekers.
Here,
even my mom doesn't.
I'll give you the word next, Luchi. Let him finish. Jesus, please make it brief. Go ahead. What's your point?
My mom doesn't know how to speak English. That's why she has me and my brother to translate.
Okay.
Okay, I want to give the word to. Go ahead. Are you done, Jesus?
Yeah, thank you to have me. an honor. And
You're
God
welcome.
bless you.
Thank you. Okay, Lucci, go ahead. You want to reply?
I just wanted to say, Jesus, if you have any family members or if you know people that are on DACA, DACA, you have to tell them to go back because they are not ever going to become an actual citizen. And if there ever is a chance for them to become a citizen, it's going to take several thousands of dollars. I'm talking like maybe 20 to 30, $40,000 or even more than that. And it's going to probably take more than 20 years. People who are on DACA are not going to be given a direct, easy pathway to citizenship because they're a legal pathway to citizenship for people who are on DACA. So that's my first to clarify that for people. And I hope people are aware of that.
Yeah, I'm going to just to answer him. Can I answer him real quick?
Go ahead.
My brother. Well, it's a really. We have two cases. My brother is in, like I said, he's in DACA and all that. But also we're my mom, well, at that time I didn't exist when my mom has been here for 32 years in the States.
And never got a green card.
My brother and my sister and my mom were, how can I say this? They were the R word, basically. And for domestic violence as well for my mother. So they're getting in the process and all that. So that's why we have the lawyers. We have, we're spending money to get, all that.
Jesus, do you find it fair for migrants across the border to get documentation for free? Not saying that they're getting it, although we had Militia saying that some get socials. I believe, I'm not sure if Cord mentioned that earlier, but they are putting that idea out there that they want the government to waive the work permit fee. Are you okay with that?
To be honest with you, no.
Okay. All right. Cord, do you want to add something, or I'm gonna have to pass to another person who wants to join? Do you want to reply something?
Actually, gonna jump off. Go to work in the morning. Thank you so much for having me on. It was thank you.
Thank you, Cord. I may be contacting you at some point because I do have more questions for you. Maybe we'll do another live and I'll have you as a special guest. Is that okay?
Yeah, anytime.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
All right. Bye, guys.
Okay, I want to be adding, I'm going to be adding to the group. Let's see, Joyeria is here, so go ahead. You are welcome to share your statement. Please make it brief so everyone can reply.
Thank you for letting me give my opinion. I think the system that we have in the United States is unfair right now. No matter which government is running the country, even if it's a Democrat or Republican. I've been here in the US for 30-some years, since 1994. I came here when I was 14. I have paid all my taxes all the time, even though I was undocumented until 2000, and then I got a work permit. Now I have since 2007, and I have a business, and I run a business, and I give a job to people who has legal papers, and sometimes people who doesn't have legal papers, because sometimes when you realize you get a people in the line that they want to work, and because you are not running like the proper software to see if they are undocumented or documented, you give them a job, and then when you realize that the IRS send you a letter that these people doesn't have the right papers to work, you have to let them go, even though if they are good or bad workers, it doesn't matter. Like if they are good, it's good for you. But I've been paying taxes for all these years, and until now, I don't have a green card. But I see some Cubans, they came here, even though that they crossed the border illegally, They get here and they get in the line, and in 1 year, they get a green card without having done anything for this country.
So you find that unfair?
So without paying any taxes to the government, without like doing nothing, basically nothing.
So you find that unfair?
That's very unfair.
Okay.
Don't
and
you
you're saying it took you.
don't
So
you
you're saying
believe
it took
that's unfair?
you. Hold on. So you're saying it took you about 6 years to get some form of legal status? Is that what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I got here in 1994, November 11, 1994. And until I am from El Salvador, until the earthquake happened in El Salvador, they give us a work permit. And since then, I have been paying taxes all the time. And I have seen people here that they come from, like right now, we have people here that come from Venezuela, Cubans, and they get here and they get permit maybe in 6 months, 1 year. And people from Cuba, they get here, and as soon as they get here, they get a stamp, they get a work permit, and in a year, they get a green card.
Got it. Okay. So, question for Christina. Since Joyeria here, he says that he's not a citizen. Is he allowed to have that opinion, you think, being that he's not an American citizen? What do you think about that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't mean to be rude. I couldn't understand what he was saying.
So basically, to put it brief, he said that he's been here since '94, and around 2000, he finally got some form of work status, but he still doesn't have his green card. He finds it unfair that migrants across the border, he mentioned Cubans, and I guess you can add Venezuelans to it because they have they can apply, some can apply for a protective status. He finds that unfair because they get their documentation almost instantly or very quick in contrast to him.
Okay. Because
do you find that he has the right to have that complaint, being that he's also an immigrant himself?
Well, absolutely. Everybody has a right to complain.
Okay.
But what my point is just because you suffered, you think everybody else should suffer?
It's not
to me or to Joyeria? To who you're asking?
To Jorge?
Joyeria, go ahead. Do you want to answer that?
Okay, it's not
because
about
you suffer. You think everyone should suffer.
It's not about who suffer. It's about who give to the government. Because I don't know if she will understand, but there was one president, a general from the military, asked the president, "Okay, Mr. President," I think it was to the Franklin, the general asked, "Mr. President, what the country can give, what the country can do for me?" And the president say, "It's not about what the country can do for you, it's what you can do for the country." I've been paying taxes.
Okay. Yes. I like that.
So
we vote.
Okay. So go ahead, Joyeria. Finish so Christina can answer back.
So I've been here in this country. I've been fighting. I have a daughter. I never asked to the government to help for my stamp or Medicaid or anything. I only have my daughter for 1 year in Medicaid because we have to have for 1 year. Then I cut it off. I didn't want any more help from the government because I can support it myself. But everybody who come here, like I know many people that they come over here and they just go to get help from the government. And that's very unfair because sometimes they can work. They are physically well. They can do a lot of work and they can go and get a job and support themselves. But that they go to the easy way to get help from the government.
Copy. Okay, Christina, you want to answer?
Are you speaking about American citizens or undocumented workers, or I don't understand. Like who are you referring to about?
Undocumented people that they come over here and they don't do nothing for the country and they get papers really fast then people that they've been here for a very long time, we are being paying taxes to help to support the government, because when you pay taxes, you support the government.
Okay.
When you were undocumented,
Let Christina finish. Let Christina answer, and then we'll give the word to Lucci because he wants to say something. Go ahead, Christina.
Okay.
okay, if you were undocumented and you were paying taxes, were you filing, because you know it's illegal for you to run a business and file taxes if you're not legal. And if you're hiring people who are undocumented and you know they're illegal, how are you paying them, sir?
I guess you didn't. I guess you didn't understand what I said at the beginning.
I guess I strictly said I didn't really understand.
Okay, and maybe you don't know the law, because
I do know the law.
you can open a company here in the United States even with ITIN number. It doesn't matter if you are legal or illegal. If you have an ITIN number, you can open a company here in the US.
So when you filed taxes, you were able to get money back.
I didn't say you are able to get money back. I say that if you have an ITIN number, you can open a company here in the US.
EIN?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Lucci. You want to reply? Let's make it brief, please.
¿De dónde eres? Where did you come from?
Who? From El Salvador.
Oh, okay. That's all I want to know.
Okay, Jesus, do you want to add something to this conversation, or I'm going to have to just actually let you go after your statement because I have another guest that wants to join.
Be honest with you, for me, like, people want, I cannot generalize a whole group of people, pero I'm going to say it first in Spanish and now I'm going to translate it, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Actually, I'm going to keep you, Joyería, I'm going to let you go after Jesus, okay? Go ahead, Jesus.
Okay. Aquí en los Estados Unidos, if quieres venir a los Estados Unidos, chingate. Trabaja. Busca la buena vida, pero trabaja bien. Gana tu dinero, no pedir el dinero del gobierno. Now I'm going to say in English, if you want to come to the United States, work your ass off to get what that you want in life. Don't keep begging. That's my final word. Because that's how my mom taught me. That's how my family taught me. Work and earn. Period. And let me add another thing. Earn the people's respect. Because respect is more powerful word than other word. Other words. Period. And I'm done. Thank you to have me in this. God bless you.
Copy, Jesus. Thank you. I may be contacting you also. I do want to ask more questions at a later time, okay? Thank you for joining. Okay. Yeah, make sure to follow. I'll check you out later.
I don't have interested in this.
Yeah.
I'm person.
Cool. I do want to add Nora. She's here now, but before we get to her, I want to just touch base on Christina again, because we have a difference of opinion, and it's good to have these conversations, because if we don't have the conversations, then we're just not going to go anywhere. Go ahead. You said something. What do you say?
You kick me out, please.
No. You can. Oh, you want me to kick you out? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Have a good night. Thanks for joining. Okay. So, Christina, what Jesus mentioned earlier, right? Again, not generalizing everyone. Not all people coming through the border are good people, and we need to be clear on that. And just because the United States has a history of doing certain things in the past doesn't mean we have to live in the past. That's what I think. Because if we continue to live in the past, we're always going to stay there and we're never going to move forward. This problem will continue and it will never end. And so to me, I see it as, let's live in the present. We have a problem right now. You can blame it on the history of the United States. I don't blame it on the history of the United States, but you can. That's fine. But we need to solve the problem now, because sitting here and arguing about, well, the U.S. did this, so we deserve to get what we get. I don't agree with that. You know, I don't want to put my family safety at risk. I don't want to put my safety at risk. You know, I didn't do it.
My family probably thought the same thing about your family, but look at you. You're a member of productive society, are you not?
Exactly, but hold on. It's a different world then. It's a different world now.
But let's not live in the past.
Exactly. It's a different world now. We're living in the present. I can't sit here and say, well, you know, Venezuela in the 70s and 80s was one of the richest countries in the world, and it was a powerful economic country in the world. So that means that all the people coming here, you know, they have money.
So
that's
okay
false.
for you, but not for them.
It's okay for those that come through. It's okay for those that come through the vetted system. Because when you go through immigration, yes, I went through the vetted system. My family went through the vetted system. I've actually sponsored immigrants to come in here. I'm pro-immigrant. And in fact, right now, I'm sponsoring immigrants to come in here. Yes, family, yes. Yeah, exactly. I'm pro-immigrant, exactly.
Yeah, you're
exactly. I'm going to sponsor people I know, and immigration is going to accept those that don't have criminal records, those that have a good financial status, self-included. So let me explain that to you, because maybe you don't know.
No, I do know.
You do know. Okay, you know how the process works for those that come here?
I'm Mexican. Yes, please tell me.
Oh, okay, you know, yeah. So when you sponsor someone, the person that's coming, the beneficiary, right, has to have a strong financial status to come here.
Absolutely.
If they don't, it's on the sponsor to prove that I can sustain them. Correct? I can take on the responsibility. That's what the system is for. It's vetted for criminal record purposes and for financial status purposes, so that we don't have criminals roaming around in the streets, for one, and for two, we don't have people asking for shelter, for healthcare, for food. That's what the system is there for. So why not use the system that's there for, that provides safety and is fair for everyone? And those that can apply. And unfortunately, I know you're pro, you know, I know you want 100% of the South Americans to come here. That's just not how it works. Life is not that way, unfortunately. Some get it and some don't. But that's life. But that's life.
They're here. So they need help. They need to acclimate, and they need to decompress. Probably.
Thank you, totally.
Are we going to have some bad ones? Absolutely. Are we going to have some really good ones? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So
we're going to have a mix. But why take the risk of having the really bad ones here when we have a system?
The system is overloaded because of what we've done. We created this issue, so therefore we have to deal with the consequences of what we have done for generations.
We cannot live in the past. If we continue to live in the past, we're never going to get out of it.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me tell you this. It's generational. Why didn't your family stay in your country?
Why they didn't stay? You're asking why they didn't stay?
Why didn't your family stay in your country?
Because it was falling apart. They saw the writing on the wall.
Okay.
They saw the writing on the wall. And I'm fortunate enough that hold on, I'm answering your question. Let me answer your question and then you can reply. Fortunately for me, my family had the means to do so. But there are some that don't have the means to do so. That doesn't mean they automatically have the right to come and cross the border, because there's no vetting system for them. So go ahead, you can reply.
Okay, well, me and my family, we have the means to do so as well.
Okay.
Okay, so I have the means to do so as well. And if I can think this way and have, common decency and goodwill for all human beings, why can't you? What I hear is it's okay for you, but it's not okay for them. There's a vetting system. Guess what? These people don't have papers because they don't even have anything. They're lucky to escape with the shoes on their feet. They traveled from South America through Mexico to the United States, carrying a bunch of different mixed messages. Do you think they want to come to the United States? If they were able to live in their country, grow their crops, live peacefully. Do you think they really wanted to leave their country if things weren't so chaotic and violent?
But
Violence was created
I'll give you the word next, Lucy. Hold on. Yeah, but you're going back again to the history.
Nope, it's current.
No, but you just said right now we created this problem. You're going back to that again.
Because of the drug and I don't know what you're not grasping.
I got your point. I got your point.
We created the cartels. Colombia handed off to Mexico and Venezuela. Because why? Because we Americans, we have an insatiable drug habit. Trafficking. Who hires these people? Who buys these people? Americans. So yes, do we deserve it? Yes, we owe these people.
Yeah. So this talking point is exactly why they're coming, because you're providing that entitlement mentality to say we deserve to stay here, we deserve to get this, we deserve to get that, and that's just they have places to go.
Get murdered.
They're crossing all of these countries. They're not asking for asylum there because they know those countries are not going to be nice enough to, for a lack of better words, because I don't want to, I don't want to.
Mexico has already taken enough. They cannot take any more. It's already a heavily dense populated country as it is.
And when they take, but when they take, they don't give the help that we give here. Hold on, Lucci, I'll give you next. Let me just let Nora, she's been there waiting. Go ahead, Nora, please share your statement brief so we can all talk.
Yes, I wanted to answer to this lady that was talking about the people coming from another country.
Christina, go ahead.
Okay. When Venezuelans come from their country to pass through Mexico and all of that, do you know that they have the best iPhones ever? You know that they dress better than us. They live here in the United States, and when they cross the country, when they cross back into the United States, they have all the benefits that they can have. I've seen people buying clothes, buying hundreds of dollars. I've seen them at the store, and they're Venezuelans. Where are they getting that money from? Like you say, they travel millions of miles through countries and countries and countries, but they come over here to the United States, and they're showing the green money. While we as Mexicans, because I'm Mexican, working our butts off and don't even get help from the United States. Come on, you know that is true.
Suffer, everybody else should suffer.
No, I'm not saying that. Your mind is not open enough to understand what's going on with the Venezuelans. And not only Venezuelans, the Cuban people comes over here and automatically they get everything. Everything. The only ones that doesn't get crap from the United States is the Mexican people. They treat us like criminals. They treat us, like Trump said, like animals. They treat us like hell.
No, I know that.
They treat us. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And they do not give the Mexican
Hold on, Christina,
people.
let Nora
Hold on,
speak,
they do
and then
not
you will
give,
reply after Lucci. Go ahead, Nora. Go ahead.
They do not give the Mexican people right away the green card. They go through a whole damn process, and they have to pay a lot. And I know that, and I am not illegal. I am a U.S. citizen. My parents are U.S. citizens, and I've seen this suffering with my people. No other people suffers like my people, the Mexican people. And you cannot tell me that. You cannot tell me no. I know for fact.
I am also Mexican, and I understand what you're saying, and I know how expensive it is. And I know how hard you work, but that does not negate the fact these people have nowhere to go because
Why
of
don't
what
they
this
stay in
country
Mexico
has
then?
done.
These people is coming from Venezuela. These people is coming from Venezuela thinking that whenever they cross, they're going to get everything free. Everything is going to be free because that's what is said in their mind. Now explain to me how they come over here to the United States and have an iPhone and have Lucci shoes and have royal watches and have all these necklaces that are gold.
Nike shoes and Nike sweatshirts.
Traveling from far countries and coming over here and dressing better than us. Tell me, you explain to me how that happens. Who's giving these people all of that stuff? That people comes over there with so much crap that they put in their mind, thinking that they cannot come over here to the United States and get everything for free.
Okay, let me put this in, let me switch something for you. The way that you're talking about them is the way that Americans talk about Mexicans. You understand?
Exactly, I know.
One group of people talking about another group of people in such a harsh way does no one any good.
Because it's true.
Okay, hold on, because Lucci's been waiting for a while. Lucci, please make your statement brief, and then I'm going to give the word to Totally as well to reply to what was said. Go ahead, Lucci.
Oh, my response to Nora and then my response to Xtina or Christina. So my response to Nora is the reason why Venezuelans and Cubans are able to get citizenship faster or get more benefits is because of the instability of their countries. That's the main purpose. Mexico is more stable than the vast majority of Latin American countries, including Caribbean countries. So that's the primary. They get that.
Mari, please mute your microphone.
Hi. Oh.
Yeah. So that's why they get. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that's why they get the benefits. It's because of the instability of their country or the state of their country, whether that's filled with criminal activity, cartels, gang members, whatever you want to call it, paramilitary organizations. Like in Colombia, you have FARC, F-A-R-C. In the 1980s, 1990s, I think the 1970s, you had the rise of Sendero Luminoso, where the Peruvians were getting the benefits, but now the Peruvians don't get that same benefit that they used to back in the 1980s and 1990s. I'm half Peruvian and half Puerto Rican, by the way. So that's my response to Nora. And now for my response to Christina, it's more of a question. So my question to you is, since you do want to cling to the history of what the Americans did to the United States, if you want to cling to that history, then that would mean Latinos should not be voting for Democrats or Republicans, because there was a bipartisan support by the Democrats and Republicans to overthrow those countries in Latin America.
Okay, and I never said about what a party affiliation or anything to do with, I'm not talking about politics, and I am aware of that, but that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about human decency, not party affiliation. Just let me state that.
Got it. So she's on the humanity standpoint. Totally. Do you want to say something? And then I'm going to give the word to Maddie, and then it's Alma after that. Go ahead. And then we have one more guest waiting. Go ahead, Totally.
No, brother, you've had some great guests. It's a heart-wrenching situation for all of these people that were invited. And what we're overlooking, I think we're overlooking, but I'm not going to open up that can of worms, is the non-Latin people who have made it and are, maybe Alma might not be seeing them, but they're being shipped all over the country. And
yes, we had Africans, we had Asians, and some Middle Easterns too. By the way, some terrorists have been caught at the border and some haven't. That's it's on the news.
Exactly. Yeah, and we even have someone who is a mutual. It's in another live, who is from the Rainbow community, who is proudly serving in the United States Air Force. And when she says she is in fear over the heightened alert that's going on in this country from people who are crossing that they don't know anything about, that's a scary situation for many people. I know many people are prepared, but it's also scary for many people. And for the people that have been on this live that you're putting on, I got to throw tremendous props, because again, my parents came here from another country, and during a different time where it was much easier, and everybody had to roll up their sleeves and go to work and acclimate with the language, the whole 9 yards. You know what I'm saying? So props to all the people that have been on this call. It's a great live. Vega, great live.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Maddie, welcome. Please share your statement. Try to make it brief.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to let you guys know that I respect each and every single culture and race on here. And without prejudice, I just want to let you know that on a daily basis, someone that works for immigration that gets these applications on a daily basis from all over the country, okay? There's a process that we all look at when we're processing these applications, no matter where you're from. And you are right. We definitely look at your background and your family's background. There's also people who are, who get privilege, and not because of where they're coming from, simply because they're sponsored and other people aren't sponsored. Do you understand the difference between that? There is a difference between being a sponsored immigrant and a non-sponsored immigrant. There's
Which difference?
The difference is when a family member claims you and supports you within that period in probation status, and everybody's probation status is different. When an application is being submitted, no matter where it's being submitted from, your probation status is different. Now, back in the day, and related to the Cubans, when back in the day we had the wet foot, dry foot law, which when they would come from Cuba, step on Florida grounds, right? And what would happen? They would automatically get the opportunity to become U.S. citizens. That stopped years ago. That no longer exists. Cubans no longer have that privilege. And to be honest with you, at my desk, when I get an application for an immigrant that's Cuban or Dominican, it is a lot harder for them to enter the U.S. than an actual Mexican. So I'm not understanding where people are coming from, and they believe that if you're from South America or Central America, regardless, a European, Italian, a Canadian, a Greek, that is more simpler. That's not true. It's a process. If you're sponsored, of course, you go to the top of the list. When you're not sponsored, you just don't. Also, America wants to know what are you going to contribute. And if you know the language, that also plays a big part of where you land on that list. And that's just really what the deal is.
So what about specifically those crossing the border? What about those?
Those people crossing the border have they're doing it illegally. And even though there's a purpose for them to do it, obviously, right? We all know that morally speaking, no one's going to leave their country unless they have to. I understand that. And some countries face different threats. Some countries are, due to because their livelihood, their lives are literally in threat. Some of them it's just poverty. There's a reason why everybody wants to come to the US, right? There's a reason. But the people crossing the border are separated from everyone else who's applying the right way, believe it or not. They fall to the very bottom of the list. Even their children, even children who pass the border, children, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, are not on the top of that list. It's still illegally done. So
right, but I guess
into consideration big time.
But the point of view is right. The bottom of the list when it comes to maybe documentation, but
right.
But what about let's say my family member who is still in South America,
right,
waiting for immigration to process their application, but we recently heard of someone, a mutual of someone that just crossed the border and it's now on their way to Utah.
No, they're first generation.
So listen to this, right? I've been doing this for 7 years. And I must tell you, there's not a technique to it. There are some things that sometimes even I'm surprised when it comes across my desk, because I know of families and people who are actually sponsored, right? Just like I told you, there's a process, right? And then somehow, in some way, right, there's an application of an illegal immigrant, regardless of where they're from. And normally they're not from South America. They're from up Europe, okay? That happened to slip my desk and get that visa, that working visa. When I've had family from all over the places who've applied and had sponsors that don't get that visa. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to be really honest with you. It is who you know. And that's what it is. And everything you're doing, like even the U.S. Territory Immigration Social Service Department, it is who you actually know. And that's the truth. The truth is a lot of it slips on the crack. Some of it's on purpose and some of it is not. And that's the way it is.
That is wild. But that's still we'll go back to the same thing. There are some that are, yes, perhaps let's say, some may get the court case, whatever, years, right? Or way after those that are being sponsored.
I've known families at my desk right now. I know 3 Italian families that just got their visas, okay? And I've been working very, very distinctly on these 3 Guatemalan families that actually have sponsors. And I don't know how it slipped my desk and went to the next one and got approved. I didn't approve it. I didn't even work the case, but it happened, sir.
Got it.
That's the world we live in, and that's the truth.
So is there a reason for that? Is it because you guys are like packed with all the cases, or what's going on?
It's because some people know people. Okay, have you ever tried to interview for a job and try to get into a hospital, and it depends on the human resource department? That's
interesting.
What it is. And that's
even from South America, there's some connection, like there's some hookups, if you will, within the immigration department. That's interesting.
Let me tell you something. I'm Puerto Rican, right? So automatically, unfortunately, I'm a U.S. citizen, right? It is what it is, okay? That's what I am. Both of my parents are Puerto Rican. My husband's Cuban. You understand? So we are able to afford to sponsor his family. And listen to me when I tell you that I work in immigration, okay? So I did everything I was supposed to do from A through Z, okay? I dotted my I's and crossed all my T's. You understand what I'm saying to you? And somehow still, even though my husband makes $170,000 a year, and I make not that much at all, maybe close to 80. I live a humble, chill life. But yet their application with no sponsor made it way past mine. Mine's just still waiting. You understand what I'm saying to you? There is no real process. It is a lottery. Regardless of how many Americans may disagree, it is a lottery. It's the luck of the draw, and that's what it is. And
Right.
if you're really wealthy and you can push your family up to the top, there are ways to get away around that. And that's what it is.
Listen, I agree with that because, as I said, I've sponsored several immigrants, and some have gotten approved faster than others, and it just doesn't make sense.
You can't explain it, right?
You can't explain it, and sometimes it's the same type of application, and it doesn't make.
We want to
Yeah,
provide an explanation, but we just don't have one.
exactly. But I guess where the anger comes from, when I go once again, is those across the border are already here. And they're allowed to be here.
Absolutely.
Whether right now they have documentation or not, that's not the point. The point is that they are here.
Listen, as a Puerto Rican, I have cousins that graduate high school and the first thing they do is go to the military, okay? Marines, Army, everything, because we can do that. Because in Puerto Rico, you can vote up to the presidency, but you can't vote for the president. Yet they serve the Army. And they have met their spouses in Panama, in Mexico, in Venezuela, and they can't even get their own wives who they married and served the military up here. They don't even make it to the top of the list. Imagínate. Okay?
Copy on that. Okay, so just a last question for you, Maddie, before I move into, I just have another question for another person here. Are you okay with letting, if, you know, as a citizen, are you okay with all these migrants, even though we know it's a humanitarian crisis, but not all of them are angels and have halos above their heads, if we're realist. But are you okay with all of them crossing the border? Is that okay with you?
I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? Forget about America. Let me just tell you, let's just say it's Puerto Rico. We got a little border in Puerto Rico, right? In Puerto Rico, we have certain standards, just like Americans have certain standards, right? But if you're not gonna contribute to my island, and we're already, listen, there's a need for food and shelter, and Americans are homeless, for the love of God. So you're coming to our country, you're coming to my island. What are you gonna do here when you get here? Because we need to employ the people who are already here. We need to feed the thousands, the millions of people that are already homeless and hungry. We have our own people here that are starving. They're starving. They're living in tents. It's freezing outside. We got the same problems. We just don't advertise it like every other country does. You understand? We're no better than no one. Now, as a Christian, I would love to help each and every single one of them open the floods, open them up. But unfortunately, we can't. Because we have to help our own people. So I do agree that people would have to fill that application out, that people need to be screened. You understand what I'm saying? Because
I copy.
our own issues.
Yeah, that's what I meant earlier about living in the present. We have issues right now. We cannot go back to the guilt of past history. Lucci, unfortunately, I have to let you go. Can you share one statement? If you want, you can send a request again, but I have people waiting. So go ahead, Lucci, if you want to reply to that or say anything else, and then I'm going to have to add some.
Okay, cool. So my final statement, I guess it wouldn't apply to anybody here. I don't think anybody has mentioned this before, but I just want to mention it for people in the comment section, just in case. The idea that a Latino is going to restrict another Latino when it comes to immigration processes, whatever, that's not racism in any way, shape, or form. As I stated earlier, we have policies over in Latin America that regulate immigrations in such a way that may be seen as more aggressive than in comparison to the United States. So that's not racism in any way, shape, or form. So I just want to leave with that one. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Gracias.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining. Okay, I want to welcome real quick to the panel here. We have Retro. So go ahead. You can share your statement to the live here.
Hey, what's going on? So we're talking about the southern border and immigration. Real quick, I work in intelligence, and I can tell you right now, there are terrorists that are trying to get over to the southern border as we speak. What they're doing...
You're a liar.
No, they're what
Hold on, Christina. Let him finish, and
what
you
they're
can reply
doing-
afterwards.
What they're doing is they're getting humanitarian passports because it's easy to get humanitarian passports in Brazil, real easy. And then they're going through the Dorian Pass, which is in Panama, and they're trying to get up here. And the Dorian Pass is very, very, very dangerous. There's guerrilla armies. It's very, very dense jungle. It's swamp. This is what's going on. Right now, Al-Qaeda has a bunch of terrorist headquarters in Afghanistan. They do. And they're trying to get to the southern border by way of humanitarian passports. It's happening. They're trying. I'm not lying to you.
He's dead serious, and I'm gonna tell you
This
why.
is what is going on. And I'm telling you all, I have no reason to lie to you all. What motivation do I have to lie? I'm telling you this is what's going on. They're going, if you know anything about the Dorian Pass, it is a very, very dangerous, and it's very easy to get. Someone was echoing, I'm sorry. It was very, very easy. It's very, very easy to get humanitarian passports in Brazil because once you get one and you get to Brazil, there's really no security there. You pretty much can go after that. I'm telling you,
What are these passports? What are these passports called in Brazil?
They're humanitarian passports.
Okay, I'm going to look that up. Okay, Maddie, do you want to reply to that real quick?
Yeah, I agree with him 100%. Listen, even as not just that, people are there's a lot of people trying. They steal our identity all the time. Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens, just like other Virgin Islands, U.S. territory, and that's what they're doing. They're recreating U.S. territory. They're buying papers off of U.S. citizens that don't live here in the States and get it in that way. We deal with this crisis every day.
But my question is, okay, they get the Brazilian passport. How does that help them once they get to the border?
Mijo, porque en Brasil, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak Spanish. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
Southern border, because once they get into Brazil, they can start going through Panama to get through Mexico to get to here.
Oh, got it. So they start crossing. Okay, makes sense.
That's where the Dorian Pass comes in. They're going through the
Okay.
Dorian Pass to try to get here. And Maggie, you know what the Dorian Pass is? It's 66 miles of thick jungle and swamp and deadly animals, and even guerrilla armies are over there.
Yes, yeah.
I've
seen
it's
that.
a danger field, right? That's what they're doing.
That allows them to cross all of those countries, correct?
Right. They're going to Brazil to come up here through Panama, obviously through Mexico, and don't sleep on the northern border. They know the northern border. Don't sleep on what's going on in the northern border too. They're looking for ways to go through Canada. They are.
Copy. Okay. Christina, you want to reply to that? You said that you don't believe that. Let's just be respectful, please. Go ahead. Christina, are you there? We don't hear you.
I keep hearing everything on the loop.
I'm not sure if you have a headphone or something, but maybe you unplug it and plug it back in.
I don't have a headphone.
Sources?
I mean, Christina, if you want, you can exit the live and okay, you're good.
No,
Okay.
okay, it's better now.
Okay, so
Number
you
one.
disagree with him, so go ahead, reply, and then I'll give the word to the new person here. Go ahead.
You said you're in intelligence. You know, in your contract, you're never supposed to disclose that.
I was years ago. I'm not anymore. I
Okay,
can tell
you
you.
should have prefaced that.
Right. So there's this one of my big sources too. She actually did a podcast. Her name is Sarah Adams. She used to be a CIA targeter and she used to track terrorists. That was her job. She's no longer in the CIA. She did a huge podcast talking about this. I've known this for years. She's just now telling this to the public. I abhor you guys. It's called The Sean Ryan Show, Sarah Adams. It's about a 3-hour podcast. And she talks about what's going on the southern border and how the terrorists know about this.
Copy. Rachel, FYI, I do want to do a live with you. I have a lot of questions about other topics, and I think that would be interesting. So I'll be in touch later. But go ahead, Christina. You can answer.
What does everyone think about the children that have of migrants that have been traveled, like pushed across federal lines, federal crime, by the way, and while they are in different states away from their parents and being held with host families, foster, even some of them with the city,
Okay, but hold on, Christina. Before we get to that question, you said that you disagreed with Rachel before, that you didn't believe about the passport situation. Do you have any response to that? That possibly some terrorists are already in the United States?
Yeah, we have home terrorists too.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about outside terrorists.
Well, they're probably collaborating with homegrown terrorists.
So that doesn't concern you, or you have no response about that?
I mean, I can't control it.
So does that mean that, do you have any stance on maybe doing something so they don't enter through the border?
Where there's a will, there's a way. There always has been, there always will be. We'll face it when we get there.
We'll face it when we get there.
It has never been this bad. It's just, and anybody that wants to claim asylum is coming in.
I'm sorry.
It was not like that before.
I understand
Immigration
the
used
anger.
to pick them up. Immigration used to pick up. They used to run through the border freeway, what we call the border freeway, because they were running from the migra. They always ran from the migra. They're not running from the migra no more because they're illegally.
They're running
here.
towards them now.
Right. They're not getting picked up by police.
They're running towards them.
They have nowhere to go.
Got it. Okay, so we're okay. So you're real quick, Spencer.
They can seek asylum in Mexico. They can see, somebody just said Mexico is a better country than they are. They come through 3 countries. They can seek asylum in any country that's free. They can seek asylum. They're not doing that. They want to cross here.
Okay, so just a brief recap here for those joining. So we have Rachel. He said he's a former intelligence, and he said that there are some that are using Brazilian passports to cross through the Darien Gap and then come to the United States, and perhaps some could be terrorists. And we asked that question to Christina. Her response was that we'll deal with it once we get there. Okay, just for context. So Spencer, welcome to the group here. You can go ahead and share your statement.
Yes, I live in Texas, and anybody who says that we don't have a problem is either just willfully ignorant or just lying. They are just coming over in droves. It's not a conspiracy. It's happening. And it always seems to point back to some type of morality issue, right? Well, these people have nowhere to go. And what about the children who get separated? Well, if I commit a crime and I go to prison, my children get separated. The point is that, number one, we don't have the system set up to support this many people coming across. I am for open borders if we didn't have a nanny state. But we do have a nanny state, right? And so the system is going to collapse. We don't have the means to support this many people, right? We're also not vetting. Second of all, I think it's extremely disrespectful to the immigrant families who went about it the right way, right? Went through the proper channels, did the right paperwork, right? They came here, it took them years of fighting and lots of money to come here, and then people just walk right across and get, it's out of hand. And Americans are suffering because a lot of those social services and safety nets can't even operate to provide those services because they're spending all these resources dealing with immigrants.
Copy. Okay. I want to give the chance to reply to our new guest here, Lucro, I believe. Go ahead. You can share your statement.
Hi there. Listen, I really love this topic because I am Venezuelan American. I have been living here for 34 years and working with immigration in New Jersey, close to New York.
Wow, I'm from the East Coast, by the way. I'm Venezuelan American too. I'm from over there.
There you go.
I'm in Nevada now, by the way, but I was from over there. Go ahead.
So I have. It's so funny because I have worked directly as a social worker with immigration regarding this new huge amount of people coming from South America and especially from Venezuela. And as you know, Venezuela is going through a lot. It's a whole political horrible situation that is going in there, and it is affecting all the South and Central America coming to North America. And, I only blame the government that we have right now. I'm sorry to say. And the reason is that regardless if you're a Republican or Democrat, The reason is that I have been following everything that is going on, and from the very minute that these people listen. It is, and again, and that's why I feel like I am in the middle of it, because it is these people are coming from South America, and people coming from my homeland. Yet I am an American citizen. I have to follow the rules. One thing that I notice is that the government right now, the Democratic government, is not supporting Texas and those states that are, the main states where all these people are coming from, are entering in the United States. And when they are, especially in the area of New York City, which, as you may know, I mean, New York City is almost about to go bankrupt, you know? And what it hurts me the
Yeah, there were
most.
budget cuts announced recently.
I'm just confused
Exactly.
because she says she's
Exactly.
from Jersey, right? But I live here in New York, and I don't know what immigration status you're speaking of, but the majority of the people coming into this country in the application zone, yeah, they're coming from South America, but by all means, they're not Venezuelan or South Americans. These are the majority of Cubanos and Dominicanos coming into this, flooding
All right.
the gates,
But
okay? So
I'm sorry.
no mexicanos, definitivamente no son venezolanos, son dominicanos y cubanos, okay? Son
Well, Mari,
hondureños y guatemaltecos.
Is
Esos
that
son
on
la
the East
mayoría.
Coast, Maddie, just to clarify?
No, mi
Mari, I
amor, no
don't
en el
know.
East Coast nada más. La mayoría de East Coast, yes, porque vienen por Texas, por la Florida, por todo eso. Pero the majority of the people entering right now son dominicanos, cubanos, hondureños y Guatemala. Son los
Saying in
cuatro
general,
países
right?
más hundidos. Yes, absolutely. I'll show you proof.
Mari, I'm sorry. I need to interrupt you. I mean, I live in the Northeast, and I know that the governor of Texas.
We're neighbors, mamita. We're neighbors.
Hold on a sec. The governor of Texas has been begging the federal government to help them regarding this matter, and have not received any help. And this is regarding
Begging to help them with what matter?
Hold on a sec.
What matter
And
is
this
Texas facing? I'm confused. What are they help?
what
What
I'm
do they need
saying
help?
is,
Secure the border.
what I'm saying,
Yeah, of course, everybody's wanting help with securing the border. You think
Mari?
that? Of course.
Mari, I guess that you are a U.S. citizen as I am, and our job is to protect our own country. Is that
Of
right?
course, where our job is to protect our own country.
But
Absolutely.
what I'm saying is, if the governor, and I'm telling you because I'm very involved in this. If the governor of Texas have been begging for federal help to protect their own state, and they haven't received
That's
any
not what I'm
help.
arguing, mamita.
Hold on a
I'm arguing
sec.
the fact that you
Hold
just
on a
happen to
sec.
say you
Hold-
specifically mentioned certain races.
Well, but
And if you're so
let me
very
finish.
involved that
Let
you
me-
would understand that 80% of the applications or of the illegal immigrants being captured are not from Venezuela, and they are
Mari,
not Mexican.
Mari, what is it? What am I gonna earn to say that most of the immigrants that are in New York right now are Venezuelan, and somehow, let me tell you, it goes deeper. It goes deeper. Somehow,
Are you getting that?
even though New York City, which is the main city right now that is going through a lot, based on this amount of immigrants that the governors have no choice. To send it to those states. Is that right?
Definitely, New York City is definitely not the
and-
state that's
and-
most suffering. Absolutely disagree with you on that.
Well, but I haven't finished. What I'm saying is, it has gotten so bad. It has gotten so bad. It doesn't matter what the governor and the mayor of New York have done so far. They have no choice but band their arms and make a deal with the Venezuelan government. They have no choice. Remind you, they have the Venezuelan government and the United States have not relationship until maybe 3 weeks ago or a month ago. They have no choice because it was a disaster in New York, and they decided, listen, we have to figure out what to do in here because this is costing too much money to the taxpayers. And even in Long Island, I mean, I guess that Vega knows exactly what I'm talking about. No, Long Island had to use the Second Amendment and to reveal and say, you know what, we don't want this amount of people in here that we don't know where they're coming from. They use the excuse that they are running away from the system. Some of them are, but no most of them. No most of them. And at the end, they won, and they went to the federal level.
I'm sorry, no disrespect to you because we're both Latinas, okay? But I think you've been getting your information from Telemundo, Univision, because your facts are not
Honey, I don't
accurate.
even watch that.
I don't know what you're talking about. But
I don't even watch.
Okay, real quick. Okay, real quick, because I want to give the chance to everyone to speak. I just Googled this real quick. So, per the Pew Research Center, it's saying that in 2022, as of 2022, the majority of migrants encountered at the border, 63% were from countries other than Mexico and the Northern Triangle region. Some of the biggest increases in encounters have involved people from Colombia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Peru, and Venezuela.
you're darn right because I have them on my desk. But Venezuela now lately has been the least, believe it or not. So
Okay.
Dominicans and Cubans are top priority, sweetheart. Yes, you're right.
Okay, but they were still up there as of 2022.
Yeah, but you should see now. It's not like that anymore. Trust me when
Got
I
it.
tell you.
Got
they're
it.
all
Okay.
here now.
We're also forgetting. We're also forgetting the human
Getting
smuggling
killed.
that's going
People,
on.
they're getting killed. They're too scared to even attempt to go through all of that anymore. These people are getting killed. They can't even reach Mexico. Mexico won't even accept them. Okay? They won't even accept them. So when the Mexican lady said that there's asylum there, bull, there's not. They'll kill you straight up.
Okay, you get that. He's making sense.
And it doesn't matter where they come from. The fact is, they're still coming. And Democratic cities are wanting to give them voting rights, at least in local.
Shut up.
They've already done it in local
Oh my gosh, I'm
municipalities.
sorry.
Are you saying that they haven't been given voting rights in municipal elections?
No, I agree with you. They have.
And we don't think
some-
they're going to then extend that?
Some have. There's been some. I believe
By
in
the
New
way,
York.
we're not even
tried to do
talking
it.
about we're not even talking about the human smuggling part. Just last year in San Antonio, a city worker found 55 people in a hot truck smuggled from the southern border, including four children.
Let's talk about the human smuggling.
It's happening.
Let me back you up on that. Okay, so
Yeah.
you remember in about 8 months ago, Idaho, Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, New Mexico,
Right.
Georgia. The Department of Health stumbled upon a 9-year-old immigrant child on a kill floor of a slaughterhouse. They tracked that child as missing from 2020. So what happened? They found other children, 13-year-olds, and they do go to school, and they do live in group homes with foster parents or in a group home, and they work at night from 6 p.m. until 2 a.m. on a kill room floor at the age of
That's all over the
9
world. That has
to
nothing to do with
13.
immigration coming into the
No,
United
no, no,
States.
no.
and none of
Hold
that.
on.
That's a
Hold on.
world war.
Wait, let her land the plane. Let her tie
Yeah,
it in.
let's Christina, can you try to make the segment a bit shorter so that everyone can respond?
So, who's employing them? Big corporations. So you can eat. Okay? So, another reason why they are going to let everybody in. And they lowered the child labor laws after they get I think a $5 million fine.
Child labor laws are very strict in California. That's a lie.
I didn't say California. Did I mention California?
Yeah, but they're one of the
Can you be
main.
more specific?
Be more specific.
I just named off all the states.
Child labor laws. Child labor laws in. Where are the child labor laws in Texas are pretty strict. I live in
Let the
Texas.
host Google it.
I'm googling it right now.
Yeah.
Isn't that all kind of irrelevant to the point that they're
No, it is not irrelevant to the point because they are trafficking children and putting them on kill floors.
Yeah, it's wrong. More reason why we need to secure the border.
We need to secure the border.
Okay, so right here, let's see, per the twctexas.gov, it is illegal to employ a child under 14 except under specific circumstances.
There you go. Now look at Iowa. Just Google what states lowered child labor laws to work in slaughterhouses, and you will find it.
None.
I mean, I worked in a packing
You're
shed
about to
at
be
14
humbled
years
so
old,
bad. You're
palletizing.
about to be humbled so bad.
I worked at Burger King at 14 because my mom allowed me to get a job in the summertime. So,
But I wasn't allowed to work more than like 25 hours because of child labor.
exactly, I worked like 12 hours part time.
With around dangerous chemicals is way different. They were watching animals being slaughtered, shot in the head.
Never heard of that in the U.S. You got
But
me.
here-
Okay, well, you're about to hear it.
Here's my issue, right? Is we're going to give. Well, I don't want to get an issue where we're going to give people the right to vote. Who and
These are children. They're not voting.
Can you let me talk and then rebuttal?
Where are you in Texas?
I'm in Central Texas, near Fort Hood or Fort Cavazos.
I still call it Fort Hood.
Yeah, it's a habit.
I was
So
about
it's the
to
same
say.
thing that we have now, right? We have people from California that voted in policies that destroyed California, so they flood to Texas and vote for people who have the
And they
same
brought their
policies
money. Thank
that
good.
they put in California. That
Sorry, they
destroyed
priced you out of the
California.
market.
What's that?
Sorry, they priced you out of the market. Nobody wants to live in that area anyway.
Argument. We're not arguing big business loves cheap labor. We know big business loves cheap.
Well, it's a
I'm arguing
correlation.
I don't
Do you
want
not
Through
get
the
it?
border.
to come vote in
My
policies
gosh.
that destroyed
Do you
their
not
country.
get it?
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. Let me just read this real quick. So this is per U.S. News. States are loosening restrictions on child labor. This is from June 26, 2023. And it says, just again, a brief statement because I'm not going to read the whole thing, but a movement to weaken American child labor protections at the state level began in 2022 and then by June 2023, Arkansas, Iowa, Jersey, and New Hampshire had enacted this kind of legislation. And lawmakers in at least another 8 states had introduced similar measures. The laws generally make it easier for kids from 14 to 17 years old to work longer and later, and in occupations that were previously off limits for minors.
Thank you. Are you humbled now?
But in all fairness, it doesn't
No, it's
mention
not
anything about
proposed.
specific,
I work with these
slaughterhouses
children.
and stuff like
It's
that.
not proposed. It has already been enacted into law. It's going to be rolled into Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana. We're even going to start slaughtering freaking horses again here in Texas.
Okay, so Christina, but then that goes to my point. Shouldn't the border be closed? Because you said
No.
everyone should come in.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Well, hold on, let her answer, because then
No.
it's conflicting ideologies, no?
I don't
No,
know.
but go ahead, answer the
I
question.
really don't know what's wrong with you people.
Well, answer the question. Go ahead.
Christina, you live in lowly land, honey.
Well, hold on, let her answer. Go ahead, Christina.
Vibrating land.
So
The
go ahead.
reason why that they decimated their country is to steal their resources, push their people here, and we're over here bickering, arguing about Venezuelans or Cubans or whatever. We're all human beings. What is the issue? I don't know.
I told you the
Christina,
issue.
Americans are starving right now. They're
The
having a
issue
lot of
is that us
problems.
humans are hungry. Guess what? We gotta send our 14-year-olds that come from school to go to work. You know why? Because half of us are single parents and our kids
Well,
need to
maybe
feed
don't
each
have a
other
bunch
and
of
feed
dang
themselves.
kids so
And
you
that's
can
nothing
afford
wrong
one.
with that, okay? And maybe I
Well,
just
don't
want to
have a
buy a
bunch of
Gucci
kids. I
t-shirt.
only have
Okay,
one.
okay, hold on. Let's let Christina finish answering the question. So, if that's the case, shouldn't we close the border right now then?
No.
Tell me. Okay, why
Yes.
not? Tell me.
Yes.
No.
Let her answer. Give
Absolutely
us the details, please.
No, absolutely not. If they have enough room to have children working on a freaking kill floor, then these people that are coming into the country, we have plenty of agricultural work for them to do. Plenty.
Should they be?
Plenty. And construction.
Should they be able
And
to
then
vote?
they can work themselves up and they become productive members of society.
Should they be able
And
to
yes,
vote?
they will be able to quit with your stupid
Hold on.
voting. Quit with that stuff. I live
Christina.
in Texas.
All right, but let's
We have
let's keep it civilized here.
Civilized. Come on, no
Yeah.
personal attacks.
Yeah. Let's
What-
keep it. Let's keep
personal
it.
attack- What, me saying I live in Houston?
No, I'm saying in general, not specifically you.
Yeah. So if people vote, this is my issue, and I don't know
There's
why we keep
no
overlooking
voter fraud.
this.
We've proven you wrong so many times. How many times?
I'm
do
not
you have-
saying there's voter fraud. I'm saying, why would you want people who voted in policies that destroyed their countries to come and then vote the same policies? Our own Americans do it. We have Californians literally flooding out of California because of their policies, and they come here and vote for the same people with the same policies, and then it destroys this.
That's their right to do so.
But
Can I just say one thing?
That's the point.
Okay, let's give the
Not
word
if
to
they're
Maddie.
illegal, it's not their right.
I just want to say one thing.
Let's give the word to Maddie. Go ahead, Maddie.
Thank you. Listen, real quick, right? It's not that we don't love each other. This has nothing to do with humanity. Of course, most of us are probably Christians. And even the atheists agree with me, okay? Listen, it's not about...
I am
You know what's
atheist.
not fair? You know what's not fair? This is what's not fair, right? It's not fair, right? That because of a death, I'm a single parent of 3 sons, right? Had to work 3 jobs, okay, to put my kids through college. You know why? Because I didn't want them to graduate with debt. And we all know student loans are super expensive. It's not fair that me as a Latina, my kids, because of the amount of money I made, didn't qualify for any grants. And I had to work 3 different jobs to put them through stuff. And everybody else that got here got free education. But me, who worked my whole entire
What?
life
I mean, hold on.
Let me finish.
Hold on, let her finish the statement, and then you can reply.
I worked my whole life, right? All right, I'm not an inheritance, okay? I come from people who just work, that's what it is. And yes, I have a bachelor's in business, and that's nothing today. That's nothing today, right? But I had to work 3 jobs to put my kids through school. But guess what? I didn't get no handouts. But everybody else does. Guess what? When I make a $200 grocery list, a $300 grocery list, those groceries last me a week. But everybody else has $1,500, $1,600 in food stamps. You know why? Because I approve those applications too. That's not fair. Why am I an American not being able to reap the soul? That not having any type of benefits. I gotta work my butt off, yo. There is no excuse. We have our own people in crisis, and we cannot help anyone until we cure ourselves first. That's it. And if you don't like it, like everybody else said, stay where you are, stay put. That's it.
Got it. Thank you, Maddie. Okay.
Have a nice night. I'm getting,
Okay. Thank you, Maddie. Alma, I'm going to start dismissing the live, guys. Unfortunately, I do have to go. So I want to give each and every one of you guys a chance to give a last statement here for everyone watching. Again, thank you everyone for joining. This topic is so complex, and there's a lot of points of views, and there's a lot of back and forth, and we'll continue to do that. I want to let you know that my next live on immigration will be this Thursday at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Will be the same topic. So if any of you guys want to come back, please do so, and we'll continue discussing, as I do have a lot of more questions for all of you guys. And some I will contact individually, as I want to have you as a special guest, because I want to ask you even more questions. So Alma, I'll give you, if you can please finalize your statement here of everything you want to, everything you heard, and if you want to just please share your final thoughts for everyone watching.
Just like every other country has laws, we have laws, and they have to come in through our laws.
Man.
That's it. We can't help everybody.
Got it.
That's it. Bye. Good night.
Thank you, Alma, for joining. Okay, Luca, go ahead. I'll give you your chance to share your last statement here.
Look, Vega, as much as I love, I am myself an immigrant. I've been living here for 4 years, but I am first American. And I understand that everybody in every country is having issues right now, but we have to take care of our own people first. And yes, I do understand that this is a country of immigrants, but Americans come first.
Got it. Thank you, Luco. I do want to do a live on Venezuelan immigrants specifically, so I may be contacting you to have you as a special guest. Okay.
Do so. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining. Okay. Have a good night. All right. Rachel, please, your final statement for the night.
Papa, come on.
Sorry, I thought you said Rachel. Retro, I got you.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
2 statements. I was telling people 4 or 5 years ago, China is supplying fentanyl to the drug cartels and it's coming over to America. No one believed me. Guess what we know now? China's supplying the drug cartels fentanyl. That's coming over the southern border. That's unaliving, hundreds of people. My second point is, if you don't think terrorists are trying to come over here from the Dorian Gap, from Brazil, you're living in La La Land. It's happening. They're trying to get here as we speak. And if you don't believe me, Google Sarah Adams. She's a former CIA targeter. This was her job, was to track terrorists. She was literally, this is literally what she did. She had a 3-hour podcast on this. I urge you guys to go listen to that podcast and really understand what is going on the southern border. I get it. Everyone wants to feed everyone. This utopian idea of let's do what's best for the common good. We can't even do what's best for the common good for Americans, let alone millions of other people in other countries. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you for joining. I want to give the word to Totally. Go ahead. You're welcome back. If you can please share your final statement for the night.
Hey, brother, yes, I gave you a follow from my main account. If you give me a follow back, that'll be great. I'd love to maybe try to get here on Thursday. I'll be restored there, and I'll do some
you. What's your main account?
Totally Rocco.
Same.
Totally
okay.
Rocco.
Thank you.
Yeah. So and I'd love to do some research when I come back, and also I'd like to get your thoughts on that next live about like Bukele and Millet and Maloney and this new guy in the Netherlands. I think Wilder. This is what we need. This is what's going to fix the problem. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So
yes, I do.
On Thursday.
Make sure to join. We'll talk more about it for sure.
It was
Thank
a great
you so
live,
much.
brother. Thank you. Great live.
By the way, if I run for Senate, will you vote for me?
I campaign for you, brother.
Cool. Thank you so much. All right, Lucille, welcome. And, we have to also just share your final statement, even though you're just brand new to the group here. But go ahead, share your point of view.
Thank you. I just wanted to say something to Tina real quick. I'm a first-generation Italian, and we are in constant contact with our family over in Italy. And the immigration is so bad over there that the Italian people are losing their culture. What they stand for, what they've been all these years, is going to the wayside. The immigrants are invading their property, invading the hotels, invading the homes, taking over, raping. It's so bad. Now they've decided they want to close their borders. Well, it's too late. Paris did the same thing. They're losing their culture. Paris, France looks like downtown Detroit with the graffiti.
I was just there last week. Thank you.
Okay. Was it beautiful to you?
No, it's never been beautiful in the past 35 years.
Well,
have you ever been?
The result of massive immigration.
For the past 35
Immigration
years?
is great because my parents are immigrants. My husband's an immigrant. My children have dual citizenship.
How is that possible?
We have to have laws and we have to have guidelines. We just can't say, open the borders, open the floodgates, here we come. What if the situation was reversed and millions of people crossed into Mexico that were American? What would happen to their culture?
What
would happen to the Mexican culture?
It's happening.
It would be lost.
It's happening. I bet you vacation in Mexico, don't you?
It would be lost. Am I right?
No, it wouldn't.
So you're trying to tell me that if millions of us went into Mexico and started to inflict our culture on them, what would happen to their culture?
Obviously, you don't know about real estate and investments. We already have.
Okay. This is facts. This is what's happening. Whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not.
And that's the way it is.
Okay.
Got it, Lucille. Thank you so much for joining. Again, I'll be here again. Thursday will be a topic on immigration. Tomorrow will be, I believe I have a special guest, Blacks for Trump. And then Wednesdays will be Mexicans for Trump topic. And then Thursday we'll be back to immigration. So feel free to come back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, so I'll give Christina, go ahead, your final statement for the night. What do you want to share?
I just now saw the Trump. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes. Is there a problem with that?
To each their own.
Okay.
Number one, it's going to happen. They're going to come, just like they're going into every other country. Now, we can make this hard, or we can make this harder, or we can make this better. There's going to be some growing pains, but they will acclimate and they will be productive members of society. Immigrants are hard workers. If we don't want immigrants here, then we need to knock down the Statue of Liberty and just the unkindness to other human beings and saying, America first. We are humans before we are Americans, first of all. We are human beings before anything else. And if any of y'all call yourselves a Christian, which I am not, I'm an atheist. And if you think it's okay for anyone to put their boot on a baby's neck in the Rio Grande, may your God forgive you, and have a good night.
So, I mean, no one said that was all right, Christina. So I'm not sure where you're getting that information from. But, I think that, unfortunately she left because I wanted to, say something to her directly. But I really think that she's living in fantasy land. She's living in this space where everyone is good and everyone is healthy and everyone is hardworking and everyone is such a vibe, and that's fantasy land, guys. And unfortunately, we have people in this country that are Americans that are in the same fantasy land. I see them, and you probably see them too on television, day in and day out, living in fantasy land. Not all are good people. Same as Americans. Not all Americans are good people. So we need to be careful. Just because we have some bad Americans here doesn't mean that we should bring bad people from other places either. That doesn't make sense. We need to come back to reality, okay, where unfortunately the world is not always fair. The world is not always good. That's sad, but it's the hard, cold truth. And it's reality. So if we continue to live in fantasy land, unfortunately, we will have another 9/11. And that's pretty much what I got to say about all the points of view we heard tonight, and everyone in the comment section. We'll be divided on this topic forever, but for me, safety is first. I know some of those individuals are not good. Not all, but some are not. And I want to protect myself. I want to protect my family. And again, also, if we go back to being fair, it's not fair for some of my family that are waiting outside of the country to come into the United States the right way. They are just waiting and waiting and waiting, and other people are just entering without any sort of, issue in the sense of blocking or asking for extra documentations and whatnot. So there's also that point of view there. But mainly, I would say the safety issue is what concerns me the most of what's going to happen at some point in the future. But yeah, for sure, we have people that live in fantasy land. And, I just believe that we should inform them better, because a lot of times people just believe what they watch on television, and that's it. And they don't do research, and they just don't come down to reality. And that's very scary and dangerous, because those individuals also matter because their vote matters. And the way they vote will affect the future of where we are right now, which is America, our home. So thank you, everyone. And please, tomorrow's topic will be Blacks for Trump. It's going to be very interesting. And look, even Christina, she didn't like that I was a Trump supporter, because, it's bad now for you to support someone that you think will do a good job. It's a sin now, It's amazing how this country has changed. It's crazy. But yeah, so tomorrow is Blacks for Trump, and on Wednesday we're going to do Mexicans for Trump. I have a special guest once again. She's joining us, and she's going to be sharing her experience when it comes down to dealing her experience as a conservative and being Mexican American. All the lives, totally is asking at what time. All the lives will be at 5 p.m., between 5 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. start, somewhere within that window, Pacific time, and 8 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Cecilio said, Vega, I respect your ideology. I just don't agree on your political stance. That's okay. That's okay, my friend. That's fine. But, we can always agree to disagree, and we can have discussions, but sometimes people attack you, like Christina here. She did certain comments that were not so cool for myself and other people on the live. And I just think that we need to be able to have those conversations without getting to that point. You know, it's okay to think differently. It's America. It's okay to have difference of opinions. It's okay to support Trump if you're black. It's okay to support, you know, Obama if you're white. It's America. We are free. As of right now, we are still free to think and say what we want, as long as we are not hurting someone in the sense of, you know, life threatening or something like that, or any injury or something like that. We are free to share our opinions and our thoughts. So for sure, please continue to follow and check my live out again tomorrow. And we'll be back on immigration topic on Thursday, maybe Friday, because this didn't extended for a very long time. So please make sure to come back. For everyone that joined and was on the panel, you are welcome back on Thursday for the immigration topic again. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys next time.